Oosh. One, two, check, Chuffy, 1, 2. Hi, you're with Scott. I'm Super Chuffer. It's midnight. Oosh. It's midnight. It's always midnight. This is your right ear and your left ear. We're in mono. And today what I've got for you is we're going to be looking over the Battle of Brightlingsea protests. Sorry, it's a bit loud in my ear now. Turn that down. We're going to be looking over the Battle of Brightlingsea protests. That's what we're going to be doing today. We're going to be looking at how it ties together key factors in the Nicola Bulley story way back in the past. That's what we're going to be doing. Looking at a few news reports and a big long documentary piece that was made back in the day. That's what we're going to be doing. It's the source material for my video, Nikki Bulley Case Solved, which you may have already seen on the Super Chuffer channel. Nicola Bulley Case Solved, the source material for that. So it's kind of backwards. I should maybe have covered all the source material and then made a good edit out of it. There's the good edit. Today we're going to look back over this source material, see what's in there, see what you find, what we think. We're going to have a bit of a chit chat about it. Okay? Big ups, you chuffers. I've just been on Twitch doing a bit of a chit chat about it, 2.5 hours. That's going to be uploaded as supplementary material, members extras to this channel. So look out for that. Today's D-Day as well. Today's D-Day. And it would be remiss of me to do a stream on D-Day without shouting, shouts out D-Day. But without showing that proper respect for those people that sacrificed their lives for our freedom, for our ability to live the way we choose, for our rights, for our human rights. You know, they made the ultimate sacrifice. They stood up and they were counted when it mattered. And that was 80 years ago now, but we will remember them. And I think today's stream's a bit like that as well. I think I'm happy that I'm doing it on D-Day. I'm glad that it's time for me to actually take the bull by the horns again on Super Chuffer and get back into this a bit. This is the story of normal people who stood up and were counted, just like on D-Day, you know, normal people. I won't keep referring to D-Day, but just like on D-Day, normal people who were asked the ultimate question. You know, on D-Day, they didn't expect that they were all going to come home. They knew they were walking into the fire, but they did so to protect the innocent. So there's an absolute parallel with these protests and things that we're going to be talking about today. Why are we going to talk about protests today, and what does it have to do with Nicola Bulley? Well, this is the man, isn't it? This is the man. You can't see his face. Should make my face a little bit smaller. I appreciate as well today. I'm doing this after having not done many live streams for a bit, getting back into the swing of things. I know that this is not going to be the most, trending topic, but it's important. So I'm glad that we've got the opportunity to do it together. I'm really grateful I have these opportunities. I'm really grateful for you all being here. So thank you very much for that. Peter Folding is the man that turned up to look for Nicola Bulley. Yeah. Peter Folding turned up to Nicola Bulley. Look for her. So I started looking into who Peter Folding was. This is some time ago now. And Peter Folding was a protester remover. This is his own website. In the 90s, environmental protesters started to disrupt road building, runway expansion and major infrastructure, costing the UK government and the private sector millions of pounds. The private sector, that's important. With a reputation, I'm not going to go big political today. Let's be clear. Peter Folding tries to run private sector companies doing public sector activities. I don't think private sector should be policing us. Big ups David Foley, thank you for the £5. I don't say that Peter Folding is policing us, but the operations removing protesters are pretty fucking close. Sorry for swearing, but you know what I mean. This is in my opinion, a political grey area. Well, I don't think private companies should be doing public services like this, but there's a lot of reasons why as well. Because for example, if you're business is removing protesters and someone will pay you to remove the protesters, then you've got a vested interest in protests actually happening. There's one reason. I'm not saying that Peter Folding would pay people to go up a tree and sit there up a tree so Peter could come and remove them. I'm not saying he'd do that, but it creates that mechanism, doesn't it? It's that supply and demand thing. My business is removing protesters. Well, there's no protesters this week. Well, my business is removing protesters. How do I drum up some business? And that's why he shouldn't be tasked with removing bodies from rivers. Private company paid to remove bodies. It's similar sort of things. Anyway, by the by, that's maybe for a different conversation because we're going to get to the videos today. That's the main thing. But Peter Folding developed the many techniques, blah, 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 right? So I looked into this and he had this at the bottom, all these different protests he'd been involved in removing people from. This list has changed now. Back then it used to look a little more like this, specifically this. So I'm glad that we've got the facility to record things so that they don't get changed forever. Huntingdon Life Sciences Camp. I won't show the horrific images. It's animal torture in the name of science. You know, Huntingdon Life Sciences. They're responsible for all that animal torture. So at the end, I thought, right, so Peter Folding has been on these protests, removing people, and like, do I just quickly, I don't know if I do quickly Google up Huntingdon Life Sciences, look for it yourself if you know. Most of us know. I should do a quick poll in chat, you know, do you know what Huntingdon Life Sciences is? Big ups Red Fan, thank you for the gifted memberships. I don't think Super Chuff has as many members as some of my other channel, so I don't have the opportunity to gift them myself here, but you do, and thank you. Thank you for that. There is members content on this channel, and I will endeavour to create more. What we talked about today, leading up to this show, the sort of, what should I talk about and how should I do it, that's going to go up as members content, so people get a bit of a view behind the scenes. Thank you. I'm going to change our relaxing music to this one. Right. So this was important to me, this Huntingdon Life Sciences camp. I thought, how can Peter Folding be doing this? This is awful, what he's been doing. And put it on his website as well, that he's removed protesters from there. I wouldn't do that. I'd be on the side of the protesters. So the next thing I did is I typed in animal rights protests Essex, and it came up with Battle of Brightlingsea. So I thought, I'm going to have to watch and learn about the Battle of Brightlingsea. You know, what is the Battle of Brightlingsea? There's BBC things about it. 15 years since the live exports divided Brightlingsea. Obviously, this was written in 2010. But it talks about it. There's other articles. Live exports sparked protests. 11 years ago, thousands of animal rights campaigners held protests against the live export of veal calves. My background music too, not background enough. The long-running protests resulted in some port authorities trying unsuccessfully to ban the export, but the aim of stopping the practice was eventually achieved because of mad cow disease. Here's a photograph of Jill Phipps, who, God rest her soul, R.I.P. Jill Phipps. She died under the wheels of a lorry laden with veal calves in Coventry. Her story is told and deserves to be told again. I'm not telling it again today, but this is what I found. And there's video, there's like news reports and videos. So we're going to start with Inside Out, 15 years since the live exports divided Brightlingsea protest. This is a report from Inside Out BBC News Service or whatever you call it. And it's from local Brightlingsea. So it'll tell the story, it'll give us some background. We're going to watch this. We're going to watch a couple of news clips to give us the background. And then there's this really like valuable documentary that was made on a channel presented on YouTube on a channel called Sokpa. This will. It's raining again. Big ups.
A bit of a decent tippies.
Thank you.
Thanks for keeping your eyes on this one, Scott. There is more to this for sure. Super Chuffer owes 9 hugs.
Thank you. It's important that I shout out the channel that I'm using the video from. So this is the channel, Sokpa. I will be putting that in the description of my stream, which I just realised I haven't. So it will take me a second right now to put that in the description. There it is. SOC. was it? SOCPA. Just make sure I've got that right. Yeah, okay. So you'll be able to find that there. This is all fair use. I'm going to be pausing it and talking about it. It's the start point to our conversation today, but there's quite a lot of content to get through, so I don't want to pause it as often as I usually do. Thank you very much, Red Fan, for 5 more gifted memberships. Big up, you chuffers. You can all watch the members' content now that exists on this channel. It's quite interesting stuff. If you're interested in that sort of thing, I'm sure you will be. Yeah, and I guess we should just get on with it, I guess. The things I have to say, I've kind of already said a bit in Nicola Bulley Case Solved, and the things that I will go on to say will come from this and be born of this. You know, we're going to go on to do more episodes about these topics. And whether, it's a strange, I should say this at the start, I suppose. Is this true crime? Am I a true crime channel? I don't think I am, but a lot of true crime channels, just to be blunt, seem to be focused on brutal murders. This is also crime. It's also justice. It's also our society and the way we live and what we're prepared to put up with, and how we shape our lives, our freedoms and our human rights. It's animal rights, because we have to speak for the animals. They can't speak for themselves. And it's something I'm quite passionate about. So I'm really grateful that Nicola and her story, and that picture with the lamb is a good one. Nicola and her story is, to most people, about a missing woman who done it, who murdered her. And I believe that to find that out, you need to learn about her and what she cared about and who she was, where she grew up, what happened in her life. You know, I think these are the things that led towards her disappearance and subsequent death, murder, in my opinion. And I think that just going over and over the bench won't get us anywhere further. But when I looked at this, Nicola lived in South Woodham-Ferrers, Essex. That's where she grew up, South Woodham-Ferrers, Essex. This is this area of the world here. South Woodham-Ferrers. Where is it now, you chuffle? I'm so good at this. Right, there it is. No, that's Brightlingsea. Look, that's Brightlingsea there. That's the Brightlingsea. Right. South Woodham-Ferrers. There, bang. Nicola grew up in South Woodham-Ferrers. Right, Brightlingsea is over there. South Woodham-Ferrers is just here. It's really the same sort of part of the world. It's the same county. You know, the big towns nearby are the same big towns. They're near waterways, which mean that they're towns that have been built up on that trade, that, you know, the rivers coming in and out. There's a lot of animal, they call it kill chain, because they kill the animals and turn them into food packaging and stuff. There's a lot of kill chain adjacent businesses here. Nicola's dad, of course, was the director of a company called MPG Express Freight Limited, and that company is a trucking company. I've sort of covered this in Nicola Bulley Case Solved. You know, I'm not going to dox him or anything, but if you want to look into, in the members content, I look into Company's House a little bit, just what's available on Company's House. And he was the director of this company until 2010, when he left and went to Lancashire. So after all this trouble in the 90s with all this trucking and business that's going on, this is the world that Nicola grew up in. Her dad is the director of a company that's moving lorries. Whether they moved animals in lorries, I'm not proving that now. I don't think I have to. I think it's just up to you whether you decide that's a logical thing that they would have been doing, you know, because they specialise in moving transit to, and that's what everyone in the area seems. Anyway, I'm saying Nicola Bulley grew up in this world. That's a fact. Yeah, I'm saying that if you grew up in this world, if you're from this area, maybe we should do a shout out to a certain special someone at this point, shouldn't we?
Now, I don't know why I was drawn to this case. I really don't. I think I told you in a very, very early video that I realised by investigating that I lived just down the road and round the corner from Dot and Ernie.
Right. I see. People who live just down the road, round the corner from Dot and Ernie, they might be interested in this, I suppose. This is their world, isn't it? So we're talking about Brightlingsea. It's just up the road. We're talking about, and it wasn't just Brightlingsea, because sorry, I got too many windows. More windows than Buckingham Palace, mate. It wasn't just Brightlingsea. A lot of these port towns had these issues. In this, this Battle of Brightlingsea documentary focuses on this one town, and this issue, but this issue was in this area. A lot of these people that lived in this area would have been faced with these questions. A lot of people in the families would have been working in industries that are facing these questions. And the people in the small town of Brightlingsea specifically had something to say about it. So we're going to get in and have a look at that. That's why I'm saying this is important to this thing. And when people turn up in the documentary, you know, I'll pause it and I'll say, hey, look, what do you think of this? And then you can make up your own decisions about what you think. Okay, so we'll start with this.
Town was all over the news. 15 years ago, this small Essex town was all over the news. Brightlingsea was the country's top story because the port was chosen to ship live animals to the continent. But while some people welcomed the business, others were horrified, and there were protests to stop the trade. Now, 15 years on, Colleen Harris has been finding out if the battle is finally over.
I apologise for the sound quality, of course. There will be a lot of images of people having a row and pushing around in the street. There will be some images of animals in lorries. If you don't like that sort of thing, you know, I can't tell you exactly when it's going to come up, but trigger warning, sensitive events. I think this is okay for people to watch. It's not going to be like tea time viewing for under 8, but at the same time, I've labelled it not for kids. So I think it's fine. It's the reality of what's been happening on our streets. We should see this. It was presented on the BBC Inside Out at tea time, wasn't it, son? Whoops.
It's the meat, which is totally...
15 years ago, this small Essex town was all over the news. Brightlingsea was the country's top... Now, 15 years on, Colleen Harris has been finding out if the battle is finally over.
As you stroll along the seafront in Brightlingsea today, it's almost impossible to believe what went on here just 15 years ago. Because for 10 months in 1995, this Essex port became a centre for demonstrations against the export of live animals.
Sorry, this moment, we saw it earlier.
A centre for demonstrations.
Look at this, there's a dude here, he stands in front of the truck, he just walks out in front of the lorry, and this policeman takes it upon himself to remedy the situation.
Against the export of
Oosh! And he just jumps on him.
Live animals. But what made this protest so unusual was the people involved. Most had never campaigned for anything in their lives before, and to be frank, many were getting on a bit. This was granny power.
So this is quite important because we've got to make sure that we set the scene a little bit as well. That we'd had the miners' strikes in the UK. You know, big ups, Mr. Extravagant. Thank you very much for your $5 super chat. I'll put that in the Chicago Fund. Thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Thank you. The point here is that these are reasonable people. These are normal people, and they're us. They're your mother, your grandmother. Like, they're the normal people. In the miners' strike, it was clearly a social divide, wasn't it? It was the miners, their families, those northern cities, Thatcher busting the police to break the strikes, and we had all those problems. You know, that was a strike that would. There was protests and there was like problems, but it was specifically a certain group of people in a society that had a political issue. Whereas what's happening here is this, there's a connection here with Peter Folding in a big way, right? Is that what's happening here is these are normal people just coming out on the street to protest. That's society saying, I don't like what's happening, I want to go out and change it. And that's good, that's politics, that's our right to protest, that's our right to have our voices heard. It's very important, especially when it's not some specific, I mean, the miners, I've obviously, you know, there's political points being made there. I don't think this is a, you know, Reds versus Blues argument or anything like that. This is people with their opinions about how our society should be run. And the problem that the police have, or the government that control the police and control the society, you know, try and enact some control over this situation, is that should the police be arguing with and butting up against the people, or should they be agreeing with the people? And how do our governments control, in inverted commas, these normal people? Because they're out on the streets causing like absolute chaos with the system, so to speak, of exporting animals. So like, this is a situation. Do you remember with Peter Folding? specifically with Peter Folding, when he jumped on the scene with Nicola Bulley, he said that he wanted to be in the gold control room. This was in the reports and stuff as well, talking about this gold control room. And they've got a system of control in the UK. It's operational control. Gold room, silver, bronze. On the ground, you're bronze and you're running around. I'm a bronze person. I do what I'm told. In the silver level, you're telling people what to do, because in the gold room, they've organised the plan. And this setup, this operational control, had to be set up during the 90s because there was a specific incident. There was I've forgotten the name of it now. I should have done a bit more research maybe today, but we mentioned it in a different episode, so look back across all of my episodes to find that. But there was literally a reason that they introduced the operational control, was because they didn't have operational control. There was one of these sort of protests, no one knew what they were doing. I think it was a riot actually, and no one knew what they were doing. I think it might have been one of the late 80s riots somewhere, it might have been in London, but no one knew what, so they had to introduce a system of operational control, gold, silver, bronze. So the ideas are forming about how to control protests. The ideas are forming about how we should police protests, whether we should police protests and what we should do. Those ideas are being formed by a Conservative government at the time on the back of the miners' strikes. So a fairly heavy-handed approach, in my opinion, was taken, and that's where Peter Folding comes into it again. Protester removal since the 90s. He's an expert. It says on his website, he developed many techniques that are required to safely remove protesters from any situation on land or sea. He developed techniques in the 90s. Specialist Group is now the only recognised specialist protester removal team in the UK, and that might just mean going up a chimney or down a hole. But, you know, while we're developing our techniques and removing protesters, he put on his own website, Huntington Life Sciences, we're talking about animal rights here. And animal rights wasn't just a small... You can do your climate camp and you can do your this and that and be at different places, but animal rights was a big, important, consistent, ongoing thing. And later on in the story, we find out the way they stopped it is by criminalising the animal rights protesters. So now you can't do it, and now you go to police prison because you're attacking the food source, you're attacking the line of supply of the food chain. So that's a really bad crime. So now you can go to prison. You're not a protester anymore. You're a terrorist attacking the food supply chain, go to prison. Like, they changed the laws so they could control the people better. And those ideas, like Peter Folding himself, as he says on his website, he was instrumental in developing techniques. So this is what was happening. This is why we're watching this. This is my side of it. My feeling is I'd rather be with the people on the streets protesting than with the, in my opinion, bad people. Oh, we know the police are bad, but they are told what to do by the, you know, this is what's going on. So.
Ban live exports! Ban live exports!
But did they really achieve what they wanted? And what's been happening to live exports in the 15 years since? Before the mid-1990s, live animals were usually shipped from large ports, such as here at Dover. But that situation changed dramatically when the big carriers decided they were no longer going to transport livestock for slaughter. And that meant the exporters had to find other ports to ship out the livestock, including places like Shoreham and Brightlingsea.
Okay, what they don't say there, and it's important but it's not major, is that we joined the European Economic Union and it became cheaper to ship these things abroad. These animals abroad to be slaughtered rather than slaughter them at home. So there wasn't the same volume of transport of animals through those ports before. But in this moment in the 90s, that volume increased, and because of the protests and the look of the thing, they thought, we're not doing this. So.
It's very upsetting. You know, you didn't normally see animals in such close contact before.
So because the big ports weren't taking them, the smaller ports were taking them. And again, we're looking at trucking company from the area, Nicola Bulley's dad, the director. We're looking at where she lives. You know, this is these small ports, Canvey Island there, you know, these places. This is like, you know, this is where this story takes place. South Woodham Ferrers there, small, we could call it a small port town, is it? I don't know. Like Burnham on the Crouch might be, like certainly these places all above here, like this is where this all takes place. So it's not just Brightlingsea. And I wondered to myself, you know, what Nicola herself would have thought at this time growing up in this area.
And as you can see, this road is very tiny, and the animals were literally passing by in front of your face. You know, if you hadn't thought about the trade before, you certainly did then. We set up a public meeting in the community centre, several thousand people turned up, and that's when we decided to form Brightlingsea Against Live Exports.
So bail was formed, and then what was the kind of plan?
Well, there wasn't a particular plan, we just turned up.
What's extraordinary is the type of people that got involved.
They just thought we'd go down just to watch and see what all the fuss was about. And it was only when we got down there and we were standing on the pavement, we were dressed in our work clothes, and a policeman came along and told us, if you stay there and you don't move, we're going to arrest you for obstructing the footpath. So before you know it, there was 2 hairdressers sitting in the road rather than standing in the pavement.
It's really interesting, isn't it? The police caused the problem there. They said, I mean, they obviously lived there and worked there. They didn't go down to protest initially. They went down there just to see what was happening because they lived there. So the police told them they could leave or they could be arrested. Well, they decided to become protesters.
It was very, very frightening. It wasn't something I ever thought I'd find myself doing.
The funniest thing really was our children saying to us as we left the house each morning, "Don't get into trouble, Mum."
I'm not a vegetarian. I go to the supermarket to buy my vegetables, my fruit, of course my meat. I just hadn't really thought about how it occurred, how these animals were transported. And when you went down and you saw it, you just really felt that it wasn't necessary for it to be done in that way.
So confronted with the reality, they didn't like it, and they a lot of these. I suppose the conversations lean towards vegetarianism, veganism. I'm not trying to push that down your throat here, but a lot of the people seem to think that it's just more acceptable that it's done in a more humane way. And that's the first domino is you sort of think, okay, I don't want it to be done in this inhumane way, and then I ask you, like, you know, how do you want your animal to be humanely slaughtered? Well, like in a nice humane way, but they don't want it. The animals don't want that to happen to them, so there is no good way for them to have that done to them. Like it's the humanity is to not do it to them, maybe, but that's a different story. But a lot of these people might advocate for a more humane aspect. I would advocate for not doing this at all, but yeah.
Throughout the early months of 1995, the protests grew in strength in Brightlingsea. Carla Lane, writer of TV hits such as The Liverbirds, was a great supporter.
She'll come up in the documentary in a little bit.
I'm going to say keep going and don't give up and don't be despaired, and there'll be good days and bad days, but, you know, in the end, we've got to win.
And this is the language of the picket line, of the strike, of the people power that existed at this time and was like still current in society and had been born of this miners' strike.
There were great campaigns going on, so I just...
Like unions would turn up to support each other. Do you know what I mean? Like there was this sense of solidarity with movement. If you protested, well, you know what I mean, don't you?
Couldn't be happier.
Big ups, Claire.
Tippies. Thanks for your content. Keep up the hard work. Super Chuffer owes 6 hugs.
Thank you very much, Claire. Thank you. Thank you.
Just got in my car and drove and marched along with them. They're the most memorable things that have happened to me. And that even includes going to the Queen for an OBE. It is like in a shadow compared with racing along that road after those trucks trying to stop the trade. I loved it. I loved the fight. Everybody fighting, little old ladies fainting, some men crying. I mean, it was the most dramatic thing because we dearly didn't want these animals to go to what they were going to.
While Carla continued her battle against live exports, so did the people of Brightlingsea.
We had 500 rat police down here, and it was dark. And when you looked along the road, all you could see was these silver flashes, and everywhere was just full of these yellow the jackets, and they were all, you know, in the helmets and the...
It was levelled at the Thatcher government during the miners' strikes that they bolstered police. Now, this was not confirmed by me. This is not me saying it's a fact. But it was levelled at the Thatcher government that they bolstered the numbers on the picket lines of police by bussing them in from south, from other police forces, but also potentially, and this is like, is it fact or fiction? I don't know. Like, you know, but it was levelled at them that they added to the numbers with reservists from the Territorial Army and other resources, or mainly reservists from the Territorial Army and people like that, are the resources that they could draw on from a government angle and put them in a police coat and stand them on the line. And as these ladies are describing, how the heck would you know? You know, it's dark, they're all in police coats. Like, how would you know? But there's a lot of them, and they're all the helmets that you see. You see the 3 scimitars, or is it 3 lions of Essex? You see the emblem of the Essex Police a lot, because this is Essex policing. But there is an awful lot of numbers, aren't there? Like, there's an awful lot of them.
Shields and truncheons. You know, it was very frightening.
And what happened with the coach as well? Because we've got a picture here.
They'd brought this coach, I don't know where from. They'd taken all the wheels off. They had put chains underneath and chained it down into the drains underneath. And people were chained underneath it.
You were so defiant that you were going to stop this from happening.
Oh, yes.
Was it the sort of kind of campaign that you would get involved in initially?
We were respectable people. We became hooligans.
It's very interesting the way she says that. We were respectable people, we became hooligans. They obviously stood up and fought for what they believed in, but they are the people that live there. That is their environment. You know, that's their town. And for them to take a stand and do what they think is right made them into hooligans. It's a labelling system. It's something really interesting that me and Steve want to talk about on Thus, as it returns when Steve's back, it starts to get better. He's going to... Now's not the time to talk about Steve's. We put there's a community post with him explaining his progress. The point is that you label something like, for example, skateboarding is not a crime. I don't know if you've ever heard skateboarding is not a crime. It's a funny meme sticker that used to be on Kurt's guitar. But skateboarding is not a crime. Like, skateboarding isn't a crime, but disorderly conduct, where you can create a crime. And in America, for example, smoking cannabis was a crime, so many young black people were being arrested and put in prison. They decriminalised it. Now those young black people are not being arrested for smoking the cannabis. So before they were criminals, and now they're just civilians again, citizens. So you can create situations where people become something, and in this way this exact thing happened. These normal people who are not criminals, they created laws to criminalise their behaviour so that they could then turn them criminals and remove them, in a big picture sense. So.
I think the thing is, we all knew it was a cruel trade, and somehow we felt we needed to do our bit to stop it.
Tell me about Tilly, because Tilly's a character. She kept everyone's spirits up.
She was marvellous. She did things nobody would ever do. On one occasion, they told us that we weren't to shout at them, and so the next day Tilly comes down with a big piece of tape across her mouth, sod off.
That really could be my thumbnail, shouldn't it? Maybe that should be my thumbnail, but...
As the protests continued, farmers increasingly felt themselves in the firing line.
There was a lot of people feeling terribly seriously about it and wanted to stop it, but it was illegal.
National Farmers Union, okay, it's nice. Listen, farmers, I respect farmers in general. You know, this sort of colloquial British idea of, or extend that out to all the United Kingdom or whatever, you know, the idea of like, a small farm, you know, doing your thing and providing and growing food for the nation and all that, yeah. There's also this huge farmers union, like the National Farmers Union. There's these huge landowners. They own massive tracts of land. So just tracts of land, doing a Monty Python now. But, you know, they own all this land and it's a big thing. And there's some huge conservative donors, like to the Conservative Party, and like owning vast amounts of land and farming becoming bigger than just go out to feed the cows and, you know, doing it yourself, but having vast agriculture, it becomes this bigger thing, and there's a lot of money involved. And the big end of it, like, also, you know, talk about animal rights. Who is it that's riding those horses dressed up in those red coats when they go on the hunt and stuff? Like, at the high end of the National Farmers Union and at the high end of the farming community, there's an awful lot of money involved and at stake and going towards the Conservative Party as well. And there's a lot of, you know, political aspects to this.
Trade. I mean, the politicians weren't too interested in getting involved. They said, well, it's legal. You know, the police will sort it out.
In fact, the police operation at Brightlingsea continued for 10 months and cost millions. In October, the exports stopped and the protesters claimed victory.
Certainly since '95, I think we are doing it better. And I think the regulation have changed. particularly from transportation and animal welfare, and we go along with that. We've got nothing against that.
Do you think the protesters did some good then with the cause, ultimately?
Yes, I think it probably highlighted the review of what the situation was. And I think not only protesters, but I think farming organisations and the food trade as a whole have wanted to know that the job is being done all right.
Live exports from the UK to Europe have fallen dramatically since the protests were at their height. But the trade was never banned, which is why some people are fighting on.
Today, the trade is banned. Live exports have been banned by the king as a decree when he was made king. I will quickly just corroborate that because I know that one's corroboratable, isn't it? King bans God Save the King. Live exports. The King's Speech, 8th of November 2023. It's a very interesting date in relation to the Nicola Bulley case because it's the Christmas leading up to 2024. Wait, have I got this right? 7th of November 2023. Have I got this right? My years are probably wrong, aren't I? Nicola Bulley was missing 2023 and we've done a whole year of it, haven't we? November 13th, 2023. I think there was wind of it leading up to the Nicola Bulley. I think he announced that this was going to be happening, but I might be tripping now. Somebody tell me if I'm tripping on this one. Didn't Nicola Bulley disappear in January 2023? So that doesn't tie up, does it? But he banned the does it not tie up? Did he announce the ban before he became king? Like, legislation doesn't just happen overnight, does it? Anyway, it doesn't happen anymore. The king has banned it. So if you're involved in that trade, then that's not going to happen anymore and you might have issues.
Mark Johnson took part in demonstrations at Brightlingsea and is a member of CALE, Kent Against Live Exports. He keeps watch on livestock movements at Dover.
With every single shipment, we produce a report. So up till now, we've presented 18 formal complaints to the European Union, and as a result of that, the European Union has actually sent over their own team of investigators.
Which is why campaigners still demonstrate at Dover docks.
We have achieved tremendous things. Just recently, a Dutch company branded meat, or branded live sheep, as boxed meat.
That's interesting, isn't it? They branded them incorrectly.
Which is totally illegal, totally bad for animal welfare, and tried to get them through the port. We alerted the port to this. We have actually stopped it.
So it proves that, I mean, whether that proves it or not, it proves to me that people who are still involved in this trade are doing things that they're not supposed to.
Just livestock.
This is livestock. On the manifesto as boxed meat.
Has everybody had their raffle tickets? No?
Back in Brightlingsea, bail is also still in action, but these days they concentrate on fundraising rather than hell-raising.
As we've raised, I think, in excess of 25,000 over the years.
That's a lot.
That is a lot, yeah. We're proud of it.
Yeah.
And it's going to all the local animal charities.
They're still very passionate.
Very passionate, yes. Yeah. Yes.
So that's the people of Brightlingsea and the sort of backstory there, the lay of the land. We've also got news reports, so these are important to go through as well, and then we'll start on the full documentary. I'm aware the full documentary is an hour and a half long, so you know, if I have to break this into two halves, I don't want to, but we'll see where we go.
To the live exporters to halt this trade, and to the government to act quickly, urgently, to end the live animal export trade entirely.
Because what I really want to do, and what this is going to do, is I want you to get that feel for what it was like on the street, you know, to be there, because Nicola Bulley grew up in this area. And this was a major event. It was national headline news for months. It was a major thing. And I believe that Nicola cared about animals. And I also question whether her father's business was involved in the transport of said animals. So when I started looking into this, and when we watch these things, the clips will come and I'll pause it and say, hey, who's that in the truck? Hey, who's that on the front line? And you might see people in the crowd that I haven't seen. Like, maybe that's worth, you know, keeping your keen eye out for. I wonder myself, like, in 1995, in chat, someone can tell me, how old would Nikki Bulley have been in 1995? You know, someone can tell me that in chat, because I believe she was born in 70... can someone in chat? She was 45 in 2023. I'm not very good at numbers like this. She was 45 in 2023. How old was she in 1995? She was 18, says Nikki in chat there. Like, we all agreed. Someone do me a shout out in chat. We agreed. Like, do you have an opinion? How old was Nicola Bulley in 1995? 17. She was 45 in 2023 when she sadly died. "17" you're saying in chat. Like, if you're 17 and you live here, and over here is national news, street protests, everyone's out on the street doing protests. If you don't care at all about what they're protesting about, fair enough. You know, if you just don't care, fair enough. You're still going to be interested, you're still going to know about it. Like, I wonder to myself what a 17-year-old would have thought about this. Like, I want a sort of, like, you know, like, I keep stuttering on my words here. I'm not saying Nicola Bulley would definitely have been there on the street, but if I was, like, when I was 17 and this sort of stuff was happening in my area, I might be passionate about the animals and I might care. So I just wonder, you know.
1,000 people took part.
But also under the wondering of what her dad was doing at the time. So I watched these things. Yeah, we'll get to watch them now. I watched these things with that watchful eye.
In the protest, which was largely peaceful, but police did make 6 arrests.
The first of an expected 4 lorries rumbled into the narrow high street to be met by a crowd swelled to around 1,000. Some of them animal rights campaigners, but most of them townspeople, indignant that Brightlingsea should become another centre for a trade they find repugnant. The lorry, carrying several hundred sheep, advanced a few tentative yards, then, on police advice, reversed away from the port, its cargo off to spend the night at a farm nearby. The anger expressed by local people astonished the police.
Good evening.
So we looked at Richard Otley on this channel. Richard Otley, would you trust this man with the sheep? And we found out that those sheep off to spend the night on a farm nearby. Richard Otley would have this, like, and other farmers like him would have this, like, large, well, mainly him, would have this large farm that was just there for sort of like you buy shed loads of sheep, they go to the farm and then they get shipped out. Like, he didn't, like, breed them all on the farm sort of thing. But
the first lorry carrying sheep for export has failed to get through a human blockade at the Essex port of Brightlingsea. Earlier today, several people were arrested after a group of protesters surrounded a sheep exporter's car.
Things started to get out of hand at lunchtime as protesters rocked the car belonging to a sheep exporter from Cambridgeshire.
That's Richard Otley.
There's been a police press conference tonight. The Assistant Chief Constable Geoffrey Markham said the reason that the lorry was turned back from the police point of view was on the grounds of public safety. There were disabled people, there were children in the crowd, and he said the situation was becoming quite dangerous.
So those were the earliest protests, weren't they, as well? Because as the people described on that previous thing, Inside Out, the first time they went out there, it was night time, it was dark, it was dangerous, and things became more organised from both sides, to be honest. Like,
1,500 demonstrators had blockaded the Essex port of Brightlingsea. ITN's Colin.
It's Trevor McDonald, Blast from the Past.
And Baker was there.
Colin Baker. So it's national news.
It was just a token attempt to get through, but a solid and...
A token attempt to get through. So this is not really about trying to make sure that these trucks go through. The token attempt is to prove that there's a problem and you drive the truck in, you have the problems, and then you turn to the police and politicians and say, fix my problems. Because if you don't try and drive the truck through, there's nothing's happening. You can't say, I've got a problem with my truck. What's the problem? They're going to protest. Well, they haven't. You know, you have to go through this process. I believe that there would have been complaints initially, and the police, you know, whomever has said, like, someone's come up with this idea, this plan, that we're going to do this token drive, and it's going to be a problem, and there's going to be cameras, and there's going to, you know, it's going to be this problem, and we're going to then have to fix it.
The motivated wall of protesters proved impenetrable. This lorry was one of 4 contracted to bring livestock to Brightlingsea port, bound for slaughter on the continent after a 9-hour North Sea crossing, each lorry carrying at least 400 sheep and lambs. One man threw himself out of a wheelchair to lie across the road, almost under the front wheels. It was the moment of victory. For 12 cold hours, the demonstrators have been waiting for this moment.
As a convoy of lorries carrying sheep for export to the continent was forced to turn back from the Essex port of Brightlingsea.
It's been an eventful day at this historic but modest port. The news tonight is that protesters have succeeded in turning back the lorries of live animals bound for the continent. A senior police officer said he'd never seen such diverse, dedicated and articulate opposition to a single issue.
That's because it's just all the normal people, and it's a very straightforward thing.
At 6:30 this evening, the first lorry appeared. Demonstrators, some of them at Brightlingsea since early morning, immediately voiced their opposition.
So I believe this looks like Ernest Bulley driving this truck. And of course, my belief is backed by the idea that he's a director in a company that is doing haulage. And as this is a token gesture to get these trucks through, that you're not going to send, like, you know, someone who's been on the job for 2 weeks to drive the truck. It's going to be some quite high up people in the trucking company. The token gesture to get the trucks through, accompanied by the police, knowing there's going to be a protest. I believe there, and this is my belief, I believe there would have been a meeting beforehand to say, tonight we're going to drive the trucks through at this time, and so and so and so and so, you're driving the trucks, and you're going to be, and we're liaising with the police at this time, and they're going to be there, and we're going to have a problem, we're going to get sent back. So be prepared for that, and it's going to be dangerous and stuff. So who's going to take, you know, who's going to do this? Well, if it was my business and I was the director, I wouldn't send someone else out to do this. I'd be in the lead truck driving it myself. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think that's some high up people in the truck company would probably, because that's their role in this, is they're the ones transporting them. So the transport company people, that's my opinion. And of course, I'm looking at this, just watching this, hoping to see something, to learn something about the days of Peter Folding and his position in this. So lo and behold, if I don't think I see chuffing Ernie Bulley, and you can make up your own mind about it, you know.
The lorry edged down the street leading to the port.
That was a very short one. There are more. Like, that's a very short one there, though. Just a little shot of whom I think, you know, he's younger, of course. I think that looks like him, and I think if it looks really like him and it's a video and I've got this corroborative evidence, that makes up why I believe what I think and feel about that. And I think it's okay for me to think and feel that, because video is probably quite strong evidence.
A police van, its rear doors open, went ahead of the lorry. Demonstrators surged around the vehicles.
And again, we get a second opportunity to look at the man driving the truck there. And this man bashes on the window. So, big up, you chuffers in chat. Nice to say hello to you. I've got to push on with this today because it's going to be a long video. We haven't even got into the actual hour-and-a-half documentary, which I just basically want to play through and so everyone can have a good look and feel.
Senior police officers decided it was unwise to continue the convoy. The lorry reversed slowly down the street. Protesters scented victory.
There was such a powerful demonstration against it that I decided that it was unsafe for it to proceed. There were young children in the crowd, there were disabled people in the crowd, complete cross-section of the local community. There were some stones coming over from the back, albeit there were few, but there were some, and I considered it dangerous for the vehicle to proceed any further. So I said that it would have to withdraw, and withdraw it has.
Richard Otley from Huntingdon drove towards the port, only to find the narrow road blocked by protesters.
Similar sort of situation. Richard Otley here doing his drive towards... He threatened to buy the port if they wouldn't let him do what he wanted. Similar situation, and I believe this is, like I said, contrived so you can say, right, we've had this problem, now we need the police numbers. You know, now you have to they're forcing, these transporters of the animals are forcing the police to act as their private security, aren't they, in a way? Like, they've got a problem with society, so they're making the police butt up against society instead of providing their own private security company. Peter Folding, of course, with his protester removal, is not a public service. He's a private company, and he could offer that sort of private security. Protester removal, you could call it. But he could, whether, you know, private security might be a specific term that maybe I'm using incorrectly, but, you know, like services, I don't just literally mean bodyguards, but I mean providing you with the means to get your, I mean, that's what he does as a protester removal in a way, isn't it? Like, different, I might be using the wrong terms there. I'm not saying that Peter Folding offers a private security company service that you can pay for him to act as an army man on your behalf. What I'm saying is that by removing the protesters, you secure the interests of these animal transporters, and the police are having a hard job doing it, and Peter Folding ends up making it his job to come in and do it in lots of different ways, in lots of different protests, but specifies Huntingdon Life Sciences, which leads me into this. So, like, that's quite important.
The vehicle was bounced and scratched, lights were broken and plated. With me now is the Mayor of Brightlingsea, Rick Morgan. Mr. Morgan, what do you make of what's happened today?
Well, obviously a very large turnout, and I'm particularly pleased because obviously my main concern is the safety of the residents of Brightlingsea and the property of Brightlingsea, and I'm very pleased to see that it was very peaceful today.
In the coastal town of Brightlingsea, they achieved dramatic success last night, turning away a truckload of sheep bound for the continent.
Brightlingsea was the mouse that roared last night. 1,500 demonstrators, young and old, fueled by events at Shoreham, used their sheer mass to block the narrow road to the wharf, where a freighter was waiting for sheep and lambs to sail on the night tide to Belgium and foreign abattoirs. The small Essex town was having none of it.
What's going on there? He's under! Stay off the road!
With elderly, young and disabled among the crowd, police had no option but to call it off for the night.
Sorry, did I just miss that bit? Was that a shot of the truck as well?
Dramatic.
D was the events at Shoreham, used their sheer mass to block the narrow road to German foreign...
Did he say Shoreham then? Sorry.
Fueled by events at Shoreham.
Fueled by events at Shoreham, he said there. Shoreham is another animal rights protest that I didn't intend to cover really today, but... Shoreham is the same principle. It's animals being shipped out. There it is on the south of England. You know, it's basically the same principle. And they say fueled by events at Shoreham, meaning they've already protested against this. They've moved it from Shoreham now to over here. Like.
Used their sheer mass to block the narrow road to the wharf, where a freighter was waiting for sheep and lambs, was having none. But to
I can't feel most of the bottom half anyway, so it don't really matter, does it?
No option but to call it off for the night.
Did you hurt yourself?
Did you hurt yourself? He's disabled. He's in a wheelchair.
Sort of, I'll be right. I can't feel most of the bottom half anyway, so it don't really matter, does it?
There were 6 arrests from earlier clashes with police as the shipper tried to reach the wharf in his car. Cargoes of live sheep and veal calves are planned for every day this week from the tiny Essex port. Martin Frizzell, GMTV News, Brightlingsea.
Try to block the export of live sheep.
See about how many different news reports we're getting as well. Like, we're talking about ITV News, like mainstream, nightly, every night, national. If you live in this area, you're getting this on your local news. So it's a big thing in the area.
1,000 demonstrators managed to turn back a lorry carrying livestock last night, and over 100 people have already assembled at the quayside this morning.
But the exporters are angry this morning, saying their trade is legal and that Essex police should have managed their operation.
Like, when I saw that, like, I wasn't looking for that, but when I saw that, I was like, what? And like, I've presented that in Nicola Bulley Case Solved. You know, if you want to go and look at the pictures side by side, go and watch that video again. Like, have a good pause and a look. I think it makes sense to me. I've explained it. There it is in living colour video on the chuffing news.
Efficiently,
The businessmen say the police should have learnt lessons from the Shoreham protests and found a way of combating similar protests at Brightlingsea. However, those who live in the town are just...
That's Richard Otley. We've done a video on him. It's on the Nicola Bulley playlist. Bully Boys, Richard Otley. Would you trust this man with the sheep?
is determined that the trade won't be plied through Bright.
So like I said, this is partly my source material for some of the other quite interesting content we've done, and I believe there's more in this if we keep looking, and so I'd like to just expose it all to you so you've all seen it. All of the links for this stuff will be in the description at the end. The links for this stuff are in the description of the Nicola Bulley video, case solved, you know, so.
Brightlingsea. Animal rights protesters.
It's not, I agree, Nikki, it looks like him, but it's like there's certain physical features that look like, the only difference is the ears, but they do change over time with a man, collagen and stuff. But really it looks like him such a lot, and you've got the connection with the companies, you know, with this. So like, if it was just someone that looked similar, that's one thing, but because he lives in the area and is the director of a company that transports to Europe, and the whole problem here is that there's a man driving a truck intending to transport these animals to Europe. Like, I think there's deeper connections there, that it's not just about, well, it looks a bit like him, so.
At the Essex port of Brightlingsea has criticised police handling of the situation.
I agree. You know, I agree that it looks like him, so much so that I think it's him.
Richard Otley has vowed to get his shipments of livestock to Belgium, despite the presence of demonstrators.
Richard Otley, the farmer wanting to export sheep, is to ask the Prime Minister to intervene so protesters don't halt.
Peter Folding said he was going to ask the Prime Minister about his pictures of Nicola Bulley on the sonar, didn't he? I wonder if he's ever done that yet. Probably the Prime Minister's got too much to do now, filling his pockets before he fucks off. But the Richard Otley story, like I said, covered in my other thing, but the big players here, the big money players, are not necessarily the people driving the trucks, even though they are the directors of those companies. And what happens that I connect with Nicola Bulley case solved, like I said, is people like Peter Folding or whomever that are going to force these trucks to go through, people like him who are getting the trucks through. You've now got a sort of protected transit line to Europe, and I wonder whether that was subverted by other kinds of product put onto those trucks and shipped through. Certainly if you stuffed a half ounce of something up a cow's bum, and then when it got up the other end they killed the cow and took it out, how would I don't know.
The shipment.
Today, as the Caroline sat at anchor in Brightlingsea Harbour, still awaiting her controversial load, the weather was preventing any sailing on the lunchtime tide. The protesters, though, were keeping their vigil.
They could still load them tonight. There's nothing to stop them keeping on board because they have layerage. We will certainly be here till the lunchtime tide is covered, and then we'll have a review of the situation, find out anything more we know, and then
the old shell suit jackets,
and decide what to do for this afternoon.
Scratches and dents caused by angry demonstrators will cost hundreds of pounds to repair. But while his Range Rover may have taken a knock, Richard Otley's determination hasn't. He says his sheep lorries will be back at Brightlingsea tomorrow morning.
Because he made £1 a sheep.
We are carrying out a legal and legitimate trade. We have a right. We're not asking the police to police the port. We're asking them to give us free access over the Queen's Highway.
He's considering legal action if they fail to increase their numbers and provide safe passage to...
So for £1 a sheep, he used to make an approximate value here, because I did it properly in the Richard Otley video, but an approximate 180,000 a year profit. £1 a head of sheep, that's 180,000 sheep a year. I don't know the numbers, how many trucks it takes, how many sheep you need to shift, but it's an awful lot of sheep.
The port.
We're sent to the Essex port this morning to deal with the demonstrators.
And let me tell you, those sheep must go through. There can be no world in which these sheep do not get through. To the people that ship them across, to the police, to the protest breakers like Peter Folding, these sheep must go through. It is a matter of literal life and death when a protester gets run over by a truck and dies. It's a matter of literal life and death for humans. For us, people that believe we want to protest this or whatever, life and death for the animals, of course. But it's so, like, you know, if it was trucks of Teletubby toys or something, maybe they wouldn't care as much. You know, maybe they just put it off, like people are really eggy, you know, we'll go into some other form of business. But for some reason, this form of business, maybe it's because it's their businesses, people are, you know, brutal and pig-headed, but it occurs to me that throughout all of this, there is this solid sense of urgency. This must continue. It must. And the reason is Richard Otley makes £180,000 a year. Is that the reason? That's the reason, apparently. Big ups, Nick. You think it's Ernie. The tiny cheers. I really appreciate it. All those little cheers go together and make up basically all the money that I have in my life. So, no, I also get money from advertising on this as well, the AdSense. But yeah, I'm really grateful. You know, thank you. It does make a difference to me. All small contributions do. Thank you.
The police operation.
It's not small. It's a couple of quid. Like that's. Thank you.
It's far larger than one earlier this week, when protesters had stopped lorries from getting through to the docks. Around 500 demonstrators had gathered outside the entrance to the docks. Some of them sat in the road to try and block the path of the lorries, but this time they faced tougher opposition. And within half an hour they had been cleared out of the way to allow the lorries through.
The lorry loads of live sheep get through. Tonight they're in a ship bound for the continent.
Demonstrators accuse the police of using heavy-handed tactics.
Look at the way they're treating our women and our children. It's unbelievable.
Sorry, this one makes me laugh.
Look at the way they're treating our women.
He's in the shell suit and everything. Like, so big ups Red Fan for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Get your gifted memberships. Roll up, roll up. Red Fan's feeling generous. Thank you, Red Fan. I really appreciate it. It's like, you know, it's quite substantial, the support you give me. Thank you. This guy, shell suit, you know, he reminds me of a certain someone. There's a couple of people in these pieces. There's another guy that we're going to meet later in the documentary. Reminds me of a certain someone from back then that might have lived in the area. So I think it's funny the way he gets bumped out by, look at the way they're treating our women and children, and he gets bumped out of the way. But it's true. He's making the point, and it's a real point. It's not just our women and children. This is us. This is us. We're the civilians. Like, if there's enough of us out on the street, I don't think the police should come and grab hold of everyone. I think they should listen to what people are saying, but, you know.
Police of using heavy-handed tactics.
Look at the way they're treating our women and our children. It's unbelievable, and we are actually paying for this.
We'll also be looking at the real Brightlingsea, the peaceful coastal town that's suddenly been transformed into a battleground. But first, the animal exporters said they wouldn't be stopped. The protesters said they wouldn't be moved. Well, today the exporters did get their load of 1,600 sheep through the blockade of Brightlingsea.
At the main junction outside the police station, officers moved in to drag campaigners out of the way. There was further confrontation just outside the port, as it took the lorries an hour to inch their way there.
Well, he said one lorry was 1,600 sheep, didn't he? Hang on. Calculator. 1,600, and you need to times that by 10. Again, hang on, divide it by 10. You need to times it by 100, don't you? I'm alright at maths. I did get an A star for GCSE. Times it by 100. 160,000. So he's got to get 100 lorries through a year to make his money, Richard Otley. 100 a year. That's not that many, I suppose, is it? It's not as many as I thought it was. I was questioning I'll tell you honestly, you know, I was questioning whether he could make his money off sheep for £1 a head, like whether there was that many sheep in the country to ship out, like, or whether he was using that as an excuse and, you know, maybe making more money somewhere else through the process. You know, I worry about that aspect of it. Yeah, anyway.
Well, the protesters promised to return tomorrow, and the police, the ones caught in the middle of it all, faced allegations of using heavy-handed tactics.
The end of the nighttime curfew on lorries in Brightlingsea. More and more police arrived. There was a noticeable increase in tension. There was little indication what was to happen as the first sheep lorries appeared at 8 o'clock. Ahead of the lorries were police vehicles and dozens of officers wearing riot helmets. The demonstrators were dismayed at the police presence.
I forgot to say at the start of the episode, damn it, I should have said this right at the start. Like, maybe it's difficult with the title, and I couldn't call this episode Brightlingsea Protests, a Review, and How It Relates to the Nicola Bulley case in 2024, my opinion. I couldn't call the title that, so I called it what I called it. I think, just to be clear, we're going to see Peter Folding in the next bit of documentary, in my opinion, and I think his relationship to this, through his work over the last 10 years, the fact that Nicola Bulley goes missing, and how can Peter Folding and Nicola Bulley's dad be in the same piece of video footage from the same time and place and they not be related? Like, that's going to be something that we question a little bit later, I suppose. So we'll carry on.
People sat down in the road, but the police clearly had a prearranged strategy.
a pre-arranged strategy because they've come up with their protester removal plans. They're structuring these plans at this. This is 95. During the 90s, Peter Folding, self-confessed protest removal specialist, came up with his own, ideas. I don't know how they overlap, but this is Essex policing.
The police have cleared this far down to the crossroads. There are vans behind me, the lorries immediately behind them. The protesters are immediately in front of that. The police are clearing the street as they go down, pushing people out of the way by sheer force of numbers. Protesters were simply lifted out of the way.
It is a question how you get the number of people, like the number of protesters is large because they live there. So how have you got more police to police it than the people that live there? But yeah.
Them young and old local residents and members of animal welfare groups.
Great Bulley! Get out of it!
Local protesters were shocked and upset and scarcely able to comprehend what they'd seen on the streets of their hometown. This was a very different police operation from the one 2 days ago when the first lorry convoy was turned back.
As they said, the first lorry convoy was turned back by the protesters and the police just let it sort of happen. But now they can come in heavy hands because that precedent has been set. It's important they have the numbers on the street.
They just picked us up
and throwing us off the road. It's disgusting.
This is a peaceful demonstration just sitting on the road. Now, I'm absolutely disgusted with the police tactics.
Police said they wore riot helmets because of the stones.
There's a parallel in what's happening today with Just Stop Oil, a peaceful protest just sitting in a road, and the way the police are manhandling these people off. I'm not sure if these were criminals, these people were considered criminals to be sitting in the road at that time, but certainly if we allow things to just go the way... Like, I'm not saying, listen, bear in mind, I'm not saying that I want people gluing themselves to the road so an ambulance can't get through. That's not what I'm saying. But the rights to protest, and also during the animal rights protest days, the police were infiltrating the animal rights protesters and pretending to be animal rights protesters. So just the whole question is all thrown up and into question, isn't it? And if we allow someone to glue their hand to the road and that means that we can't do protest, otherwise we're illegal, I don't want those I don't want both things to be... It's not like a one or the other situation where I should say, I want protests to be legal, therefore we should stop all the ambulances going through the road and then you just have to accept it. No, I want there to be a better compromise than criminalising normal people for doing what they think is right in their own town.
Which had been thrown at them on Monday. But demonstrators said their appearance was intimidating, and they complained bitterly that police officers were heavy-handed and used unnecessary force. They're walking slowly ahead of the lorries, the convoy of police vans and lorries heading out of the town at the moment. People are walking slowly ahead of them. The police are trying to clear the road, but at the moment they're not having much success.
Right, so that was that. We can now move on to the actual, longer documentary. How long have we been on? Check. An hour. Okay, we're doing good. Because this is an hour and a half, and if I keep pausing it, it's going to take a lot longer. I think it's really important that we share this together. That we share it, Originally, like I said, put up on the channel that's linked in the description below, and I've just adjusted the sound, that's all, so that it lines up, but essentially it's their documentary, and by the grace of fair use, here we go. It's very much fly on the wall stuff, so it probably helps that I'll stop and commentate. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Do-de-do-do-do. Do-de-do. It's like the start of Blockbusters. Do-de-do. Do-de-do-do-do. Wait, I was gifted a membership. Battery exhausted shouldn't... Hang on. Battery exhausted shouldn't be able to be gifted a membership because I shouldn't be able to have one. Because not only am I not here in the chat now, but I am a brand account. But oh wait, no, wait. Okay, okay. Look, I'll work it out. I'm apologise that I got a gifted membership. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? Ask YouTube. No, I'm the same channel essentially. It shouldn't give them out to me. I'm the same channel. There's that woman from the other bit. We know her. She writes the programme, The Liver Birds. And that man with the badges, he's quite big in this. I don't know his fucking name though. Do-do, do-de-do, do-do, do-de-do-do. Doody-doo. Those bad trucks there, actually. So, and that's the police. Woo! So, as I say, keep your eyes peeled. Keep your eyes peeled. This is from back then. I'm saying this is Bulley territory. I'm saying when I see Peter Folding, I'll shout him out. If you see anyone in the crowd who you want me to have a look at any closer, maybe. But keep your eyes peeled. Tooting your cohorn. Look at the old Sierra. Is that an escort? Was that a Sierra or an escort?
Simon, what I do is bring them all round, get a level
The filmmaker here has got a very good eye for certain things, and this is very nice. Is they frame this lovely shot of the policeman stroking the horse, the little pony. Like they frame certain things really nice. Here's one for you if you grew up in this area, if you know this sort of part of the world. Oh, Grandad, knees up, Mother Bran, knees up, Mother Bran. But it shows the community spirit, doesn't it? It shows what's going on here. And notice this dude, you'll see him a lot with the badges and the hat. Unison, you know, he's got all the different unions. Like he seems like quite an organiser of the protests, and it seems like he turns up at all the different things. Bless him, you know, good on him. Like I say, back then there was this concept of community support. For like, if you're going to go and protest about this, I'll come and stand with you, and like I hope that you'll come and stand with me on my protest about that. You know what I mean? There was like this sense of togetherness about it.
Further protection.
You do see a lot of police that are proper police. They've got all the gear. Doing an arrest there, look. Big helicopter there. I wonder if a young Peter Folding didn't look up at that in the sky and think one day I'll be flying one of those. They're buses of police. There's that dude in the wheelchair from the news. Should have remembered his name, shouldn't I? You can go back and check in this episode what his name was. That's Tilly. You remember her from the news, from the programme that we watched, Tilly.
Hey, you're old enough and Debbie. Are they going to take a picture of us?
She's the one with the tape over her mouth saying sod off. So as we see as well, you've got this combination of, you've got the members of the general public, like obviously just the general public that live in the town, but you've probably got a lot of people that live in the area that agree with this cause and support the cause. You've got animal rights protesters that are probably you know, like we said about coming solidarity, you've got people that are part of maybe union movements that see a protest and think, I agree with this cause, I'll go and stand in solidarity. A real cross-section of society in general, but also local people, very much a lot of local people as well. And it seems like if you live in these houses in this area, you've come out. Of course, at this time, if you worked in local journalism or radio, you might be interested in this sort of story, mightn't you?
Please come down off the van.
Boom. What was that? We've all heard it. People want this again. Is this the folding man? Is this the folding man? Or is this just somebody that sounds like the folding man? But in this group of police, as I said, lots of them have all the gear. We start to end up seeing a bunch of people that don't necessarily have all the gear. Maybe, like, I don't know. Some of them look like they're just dressed up very much like the police, but they've got a coat on and a hat, and like I can't see anything else that confirms who they are. But people think this is the folding man.
Please come down off the van.
Can you please come down off the van? They just think it sounds like him.
Please come down off the van.
Thank you. I mean, I think it sounds like him, but what are you going to do with that? Oh! What the fuck? Is that him? What, just walking? No. Like, because just then there was a cut of him sounding like it was him, and now there's an image. Like, when I watched this, I was like, oh my god. Because I'd just seen what I thought was an image of Ernie Bulley in a truck. And I thought, well, I'm looking for Peter Faulding. I've seen Ernie Bulley in a truck. Oh my god. Like, you know. And then I watched this, and I was like, no. Like, sorry, God, for blaspheming now, if that's the thing. But, like, you know, like, oh my days. Like, can you please come down off the van? And then, is this Peter Faulding walking past? Well, I think it is, because it looks just like him. And again, in his police uniform, we've got the hat, Essex Police. We've got this zip-up tunic, tabard thing, like, that goes over the top. But underneath, he's got the trademark black. And he's wearing some sort of, I think, like, high-necked, maybe even, you know, like, high collar, even going up around the back of the head. Like, it's not a balaclava, but do you know what I mean? Like, some sort of, you know, like, I can't really see anything that identifies him as a particular, like, no badge number, none of that business, you know, like. So I don't know, but, like, that went into Nicola Bulley case solved. That's my opinion, the closest I've got to Peter Faulding on video at this event. There's another shot of him later on that I think looks like him. I'll tell you about it. But, wow, like, I mean, what, wow. I'm just a normal person watching an actual video, so what do you want me to do about it?
Please come down off the van. Thank you.
But why would Peter Faulding have the... Why would he have that? Like, maybe... Oh, wait, doesn't he specialise in protester removal, and didn't he develop techniques? Like, wasn't he working alongside the police in this role in the 90s, developing the techniques? Maybe he, you know, back then he, you know, didn't have a sonar, but he had a megaphone. Like, maybe he would be allowed to direct and say things and, you know, tell them how to, you know, please get down off the van. You know, maybe that's within his remit. He certainly liked being on the tellis, like being on the cameras, didn't he? You know, in the Nicola Bulley case, he certainly liked being in front of the cameras. Certainly like being on the tellis, old Peter Faulding. Is that a young Peter Faulding? You'd have to make up your own mind about life, don't you? From, like, you know, video evidence. And it's up to you what you think about the video evidence. Again, the pictures of them side by side I presented in Nicola Bulley case solved. In my opinion, faces are quite good at, like, identifying people.
Somebody wants to get right with me, they really do. Very nice.
I feel like we've blown our load early, but there is another shot of him in a bit, and this is the whole, you know, the whole thing. If I assume that, like, like I said, if my assumptions are correct and Peter Folding and his company are involved in protest removal, everything else that goes on with this, if he's on the scene, is all tainted by and like covered with and part of. So how on earth can he, I'll ask that question again later I suppose, but how on earth can he turn up at the search for Nicola Bulley and the family not be like, well, Peter Folding, I was driving that truck and you were out there escorting it, do you remember him? It's funny, isn't it? Like, no one mentions it, but like, Essex police, Nicola Bulley's hometown, these protests, connections. That's a big red truck. Isn't it? You. I don't care what it says on it as well, Globetrotter. I think some of these trucks had funny signs on to confuse people because they knew they were going to be driving through all these angry people, but that's a big red truck. And it is, of course, shameful and sad that those animals are in there. I have to not pause it as much, otherwise we never get through it. More policemen that are absolutely guaranteed to be policemen, of course, because they've got a hat on. And a lot of them don't seem to like, it's like the ones that are real policemen with all the proper stuff, they're like, you know what's going on. Like, it's like they need backup sometimes just to sort of push people out the way and like line up. So it's like a lot of these people are there just to sort of line up and stand there. But like, there were police people that make arrests, and the system they set up with this gold, silver, bronze and all that, there's obviously some police officers, in my opinion, who are going around, like when they grab people, they pass them over and say, right, this one's going to be arrested, I'm taking you over here to, and there's like a sort of frontline police that don't do the arresting, and there's a sort of grabber police that do the arresting. Do you know what I mean? This is funny, it reminds me of a certain someone. This reminds me of a certain someone. This does. I don't know why. It just reminds me of a certain someone.
I really don't. I think I told you in a very, very early video that I realised by investigating that I lived just down the road and round the corner from Dot and Ernie.
Like, just this guy's attitude, just some ways, just reminds me of someone. But I'm not saying it is them, I'm just saying it reminds me of them.
You all really care, or are you here for a laugh?
Do you all really care, or are you here for a laugh? He reminds me of Monty Python characters as well. He's a funny character, this. He purports to own the pub that is in the area. But he's contentious with the, you know, he's not just on their side, and so they argue with him. So.
10% of you care.
And with him are camera crews, other people, like smaller local news reporters.
Why not shut the town right down? Why not?
This guy here with his notepad. Why not shut the town right down?
Mob wall. Police are too polite with you.
Park life.
Nice language for animal carers.
Nice language for animal carers. Park life. No, that's not Eddie. That's not Eddie. I'm saying that it just, his attitude, like, it just makes me think of like different people in the whole Nicola Bulley scheme of things. But don't worry, there's an interview with Eddie on this channel, which I want to critique at some point, where Eddie states very clearly that he has no idea about any of this happening. He had no perception of it happening. As far as he was concerned, growing up in the area and being involved in local news reporting on this local radio station at the time, he has no understanding or concept of this ever happening. He just said he didn't know it happened. So he's probably not in this.
I'd love to. What a time to live here. Nobody's stopping you. Get out. Keep it up. Need you. Nice language. Lovely. Right. I told you I'm an anti-protester. I'm nobody. You want our trade, pal, so keep your mouth shut. But I don't. Thank you.
Take a picture.
Favour.
So I've got some good quotes from him, yeah?
I'm waiting to go to work when you idiots go away. Say welcome. Please took me good out.
We've got to go to work as well.
Tilly's going to have a word with him.
I wasn't shouting at you personally.
You shouting all these people in.
I am shouting. Some people care. I will agree with you. And I don't agree with the animal export. I just don't agree with blocking the town up.
Oh, blow the
I
town
live
for
here.
once. If we don't block the town now,
Yeah.
we're going to get you through here forever.
Have you stopped anything? Have you stopped one animal leaving here?
Yes. Stopping them. One look back.
But I bet they came in the other
If you
day.
was in the army, is that right? You wouldn't have to think about what you...
No, definitely not. I'm not politically motivated at all. They're all the same.
You're worried about your town. You're worried about this town.
You just say you're going to burst the protesters.
Would you? I live here. I'm trying to see
Some of you, some of them
and I don't want to come into the town. I don't want to...
Go on, go and stick it in the bucket. Don't even go on telly, harass the bastard. You want to go on telly? But it hasn't achieved anything. You might look. You might. Yes, I am. You might not.
Should we do?
Well, a lot more people standing at the side of the road with these
Boycott the anger.
Yes, you are proving a point. I agree with you.
We're on the pavement. We're proving a point.
Yeah, and how can I ask, how many people here care about the animals and how many... I think maybe the hardcore people here may.
We do. All over the country do.
Yeah, and when you stop it here and talking to this lady, you know, and you've got a job to go to, you don't want the war here. Come and interview some of them people. When the war, look, just be fair. What have councils in the past done for this town? Run the damn thing down to nothing.
What are you doing now? Still running it down.
But I'm not. I can look you in the.
You are running the people of this town down.
Only the hardcore of troublemakers. Oh look, look, no, I'm not talking the most. I can't stand with you because I'm not a vegetarian. That's the bottom line.
Interesting, isn't it, the way he's got all these different arguments, you know, all these people now surrounding him, like he's got all these different arguments about it. It's a very interesting character, this, and it does. I mean, it gives us gives an opportunity for these people to have these different sides of this conversation heard. So it's good filmmaking to cover this. It's just a really strange thing as well to have so many people answer in unison. No, but yeah.
I'm not. I can't stand with you because I'm not a vegetarian. That's the bottom line. So what you are all saying is that it's okay to kill the animals over here, but
he is making a good logical point. I think some of these people may have gone on to question whether they should kill the animals at all. But the first step is to just act not like when you eat these animals, they need to be killed so you can eat them. Like they're dead animals, yeah. So the eating of the dead animals, you get it from the supermarket, but someone has to kill it. Like, okay, it's not in your face, but in this instance, it became more in their face, and the inhumanity of just the. So they wanted to step back one level of humanity, you know, inhumanity back to a more humane level. But then there are still levels where you can keep going and say, well, maybe don't kill them at all, you know. But he's made a good logical point, but it's not what he truly believes and what they, you know, it's not really what's going on here, is it? Like he's just trying to sort of win a strange logical argument with them in a way, and he's not winning it. They're correct. she's making the point, the cruelty that they go through being transported at sea and like the 28 days in a crate and all this, like, you know, she's right. So like, he can't concede, you know, he has to concede that point, doesn't he? Less cruel is better than more cruel, but the least cruel is to not kill something.
You think I am stupid? But I haven't laid in the middle of the road and I'm stupid. What? Some of these people are going to get break-ins and their car stolen in the next year. Who will they go to for help? Tell me. The police. But you're calling the police scum. They're just human beings like you and me.
We pay them to do that for us.
No. What? Look, do you know what really galls me? I'm having to pay a lot of tax to keep people on the...
You're pathetic.
No, you're being slightly unfair.
No, you're pathetic.
Do you know, all you've really done is boosted a few businesses and kicked a few down. You all want the wharf shut, don't you? You all want the wharf shut. Is that the bottom line?
No.
Who were the people that went to Mr. Oliver's house then to intimidate him? Oh, it didn't happen.
It's a bit Monty Python, this, isn't it? Where they all answer to go, not us.
Oh, dear me. Are they nice people?
Mr. Oliver, the port is privately owned. The reason he's talking about it's very shouty, isn't it? It gets quite shouty, some of this. Mr. Oliver is the man that runs the port. It's privately owned, so when Richard Otley suggested that he could just get enough money together to buy the Richard Otley suggested he could get enough money just to buy the port. Like, he means it. Like, these ports, some of them are privately owned. So I assume that he means Mr. Oliver, the port owner, and they've been to his house to like petition him. Which the animal rights protests, the reason that these people were actually legitimately, some of them criminalised, but by illegitimate laws, was because people went a bit far, some of them, to do some quite bad things to people that they saw as doing some quite bad things to animals. So that story needs to be dug into more, but we're not digging into it so deeply here. But I'm not suggesting anyone should go to anyone's houses and harass them. And none of these people were either. So he brought that up, but it was a kind of moot point because none of these people were involved in that.
Never mind, I don't hold any personal grudge. Never mind. You might stop them. You might stop them. I do support you morally.
Part life, nice shell suit.
$6 grand to the human race.
Well, I eat meat, so I'm a disgrace to the human race. To you? Then you just... Oh, Lord. Why don't you go to work? Oh, shame, but you can work. No, I don't agree with you. Look, let me repeat. I don't agree with what's happening. I do. I agree, but you say they can kill them this end. Oh my God. So if someone's going to kill me, then they can do it humanely.
Every night this week, I'm going to boycott your pub.
You can do that. Do that. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Right.
You're very welcome. Won't make any difference. I'm already past judgment. Yeah.
I suggest you take time and think about it. Try and get some literature and read about what we have been through. Then you might understand. If Bernard Jean can't get 10 minutes in the House of Commons to fight for what we want and what the country wants, what chance have we got unless we demonstrate the way we do it?
I can't answer that.
No, you can't. I suggest you read about it. You don't even understand what we're protesting.
What you're saying is because if you change your government, it'll change.
No. Public opinion will change. We're protesting. We are
You might win. You may stop it here.
No, and we'll stop it elsewhere. Public opinion will
Well, I mean, it's very civilised.
Have you ever seen what they do to the animals?
No, I'm too fickle.
No, you
I would admit it to you. Look, I don't eat lamb and I don't eat beef, right? But I do eat chicken and turkey. But if you said there's your turkey alive on the floor, I could not kill it and eat it. I'd have to turn vegetarian because I'd put my head in the sound. So I admit it.
Oh, well.
I would admit it.
Thank you for that, anyway.
Right? That I couldn't do it. But there's people here that would.
Until you get your head out of the sand, don't comment.
But I morally agree with what you're doing.
Oh, no, you agree. Why don't you just join us? Goodbye, you don't join us. Oh, we can
It's sad. You say so. Well, why don't you all boycott my pub on
He told them all to boycott his pub, and they're all like, yeah, pub boycotted. That's probably not a good PR move.
Believe it or not, you do me a favour. Tory businessman anyway. You can't make a buck out of people. He wants to birch them. Go on, sliver away, you low life. Leave the door, son. You only get underneath it. At least you got the guts to have his say. I don't think he's a Tory. Are you trying to tell me I'm the only way that thinks this way in this town? I'm probably... It's not very nice, you know, being poked about.
It's so Monty Python. It's not very nice being poked about. He loves it though, doesn't he?
The sheep bill there,
I am listening. You are right.
We are a state fed.
And my open statement at the beginning was that a minority of these people are real hardcore genuine.
We are genuine.
And there's a lot come down for the fun.
No.
Rubbish. There ain't been no trouble down here. I'm not talking anybody causing trouble down here. A lot of people are genuine, but there are a lot come down for fun.
What fun is it getting up at 6 on 5:05 in the morning?
I don't know, but there was did you notice there was a lot more on the Friday night because it was more convenient?
No, because
children,
of course, it's bound to happen, isn't it?
Children fall for I mean, who the hell takes a child to a protest? Look terrible. Just walk away.
They go to
This is what they do. They'll get you fighting each other. Don't fall for it.
Interesting comment from this guy. Really interesting comment. This is what they do. They get you fighting with each other. Don't fall for it. Just walk away. Because this guy, when you look, I mean, I'll let that play for a bit, right? This guy, he's made so many different arguments. He's made so many different points. Their point is very logical, very clear, very straightforward. This is cruelty. We don't want to have it done. We don't want the animals going on the boats. We don't want them going in the trucks on the boats. Take them back. If you do have to murder them, a majority of people here have decided that do it in England and don't put them on these trucks and move them across there. That's the very clear objective. And he's come up with like a million different like ways to cause a disruption, a diversion, an argument. And is it because he's got this myriad of different political and philosophical beliefs about why you should oppose them, or is it just that he's like an argumentative person who just wants to oppose everything? And if I can't win you on this, I'll try and win you on that. It's a very strange attitude to take, isn't it? Like I said, and so this guy makes real sense when he comes in and basically says this is turning into nothing. Like at first, I said this was a really good point where you can point the cameras at him and you can have the debate live in two different people. Like it's an opportunity as a filmmaker, rather than to say let's find someone. Is it Eddie? No, I don't think it's Eddie. But it's an opportunity to find someone who to find two sides of the debate, have it out on the camera. You can film it. You don't have to then go and find each independent person and ask all the questions. They've just done it all for you live, so it tells the story. But he got quite he turned into a bit of a distraction in a way, didn't he? He started to like go down some funny, like lots of different arguments. And this guy makes this really good point of like, hang on, what's going on here? We're all united trying to protest this thing. This one guy's come out and he's got in the mix of it all, and now we're all arguing about stuff. Like, that's a really good point, isn't it?
Who the hell takes a child to a protest? Look terrible.
He just got onto who takes a child to a protest. He was going to move on to that as an argument point. Like, he really doesn't like the protesters, does he? That's what he really wants to argue against, whether it be for this reason or that reason or this reason or an ethical reason or a logical reason or who takes a child to a protest. There's no point where he's going to agree with you and then say, right, no, I agree with you on that. I've changed my mind. He just wants to keep throwing obstacles in the path, like thought obstacles amongst this group. And so this guy's got a really good point.
This is what they do. They're going to be fighting each other. Don't fall for it. Just walk away from it. Leave it. I'm waiting to go to work. I don't run a pub. I just own the building. I don't run it. You won't hurt me. I'm going to work.
He barely lived here the length of time I've had off on this shift here. Because I've worked 2.5 days in this month. Yeah. And I've got a book full of work. It ain't because I ain't got to work.
There will be a plan of action today. We'll let you know 2 minutes.
The megaphone. So now we get a really interesting sequence of a meeting at the town hall. This delights me in so many ways because it's not just about the protest, this sequence here. It's about Britishness, and so much recently has been made of politics about, let's be brutally clear about it. Like, a sense of nationalist pride drives racists and divisive people, but it should also drive, like, look, on D-Day, I said it at the start, I'm not going to make a big thing about it, but like the people that stand up for our right to be free, the people that went to war so that we could live this life and have these choices and this democracy, like, this is what Britain's about. And these are the people that are standing up against the trucks. Like, this is what, like, British, like, this says so much about British community of its time. It's such a time capsule of like what society is like to be British and what makes it great, And that's not divisive, horrible politics about immigrants. Like, that's coming together as a community to fight corruption, greed, or cruelty in this instance. Yeah. As that camera panned across, it just makes me think about whether at the time 17-year-old Nicola Bulley or her mother, or anyone in that area, like, who would have been at this meeting. I used to take my holidays in Belgium until I found out what happened to other continental travellers. Politely put in one of those ring binder plastic folder, wearing his umbrella, like British protester. A quite verbose and intellectual argument wrapped up in a joke. Do you know what I mean? Stop the lorries on a sign. And this guy's got his full suit, his coat. I used to take my holidays in Belgium until I found out what happened to other continental travellers. I love it. Again, we see this cross-section of the society, don't we?
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
The people.
It's good to see you all here, gathered in this open-air service. We're here from the churches in Brightlingsea. All the churches are represented either here taking part or in the gathering. We have had an apology from the Father Michael from the Catholic Church. He couldn't be here. We've had a call from the Quaker Concern for Animals, from Angela Howard. She expressed her desire to be associated with this meeting, and so we're glad to do that.
I think he might be wearing a wig, but we won't focus on it.
We were invited by Bale to have this service, and as the leaders of the churches, we were happy to comply with that.
Next.
The book of Genesis, the conviction is that God made the world, the animal creation, man, gave man responsibility for the animals. I'm going to read part of the creation story, and I'm going to read it in the Essex accent because that's the way some of us talk down here in Brightlingsea. And God, he gave us over all the land, some high, some low, some hot, some cold, desert, jungle, marsh, forest, snowy waste and rocky mountain, with a whole load of care and thought and love. He made the animals what was suited to all them different places. Polar bears and horses he made, fishy barney bees and bullocks, lions and tigers, elephants and kangaroos. My heart, if old God didn't enjoy himself. He didn't have nothing to go by, so he'd please himself what he done. And he did. All shapes and sizes. You can imagine how busy he was when you think of giraffes and snakes, frogs and rabbits, pigs and monkeys. No end of ideas he had. And when he'd see them all a-jumping and a-crawling, hopping and swimming, climbing trees and burrowing into the earth, even old God drew his breath back. Blow me, you say, I reckon that's blowing marvellous. I should have every lady with this little lot. I come the next morning, God, he sat down and thought about what he made, and he'd say to himself, there's something missing. I know there ain't the people about. We can't have a world with no people in it. Let us pray.
That was a comedy bit about the creation myth, basically just, you know, explaining that God made all the animals and then he made people.
Father, who has made the animal creation and man to care for them, give us responsibility. We pray for all involved in this conflict, for the animal welfare concern, for the would-be exporter, for the drivers and the police, that together this conflict may be resolved with credit to mankind, through Christ our Lord. Amen.
I speak to you in the name of God, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. It may be that while we're meeting here that the lorry loads of sheep come by, and if they do, then we shall need to stop and pray for them.
This guy's fairly good. He makes some interesting points that I want to pull apart a little bit.
Looking at the animals which are being brought here, we have to acknowledge that they are alive and being reared and cared for in order that they may provide us with food, that they are born to die, as indeed all of us are. And physical death, in God's purposes, is a natural part of existence.
He examines or brings to light the relationship between us, the flock, and our Lord God, us, the sheep, and the Lord, the shepherd. These are sheep in these lorries. And he refers to Psalm 23. And I put it at the end of the Nicola Bulley Case Soul video. Psalm 23, you know, rereading it, it could be argued that Psalm 23 is a way of legitimizing eating animals, basically, in the Bible. But it also legitimizes your position. Like, how do I say this? The Bible's been around for a long time. It's been translated and retranslated, and lots of different mechanisms have gone on. And like, social control is a theme of today's episode, isn't it? Social control, how we're going to control these people who are out of control in society, who are the society. And religion played this role of social control for many, many years. The church was the social control because you feared God. Like, also, in the case of like the Spanish Inquisition or whatever, you literally fear the church, I suppose. But the concept in Psalm 23, maybe I should just get it up quickly. I didn't think I'd be doing this really. And like, I'm not saying it's necessarily bad, but it depends how you read it, and it depends on what your perspective is on life and how you want to utilize this to your own aid. Like that's the human aspect of what people do with the religion. That's the worst problem of it, isn't it? The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. Like, to make me lie down is to force me to lie down. It's not just to give me the opportunity, but it's to make me lie down. Yeah, I am to submit to the Lord, the shepherd. I don't want for anything. I don't, everything I have is provided for me, so I should just submit. Yeah, and I should submit to the God. I should submit to God. Don't let me get this wrong. I believe I should submit to God. I do submit to God myself, but it's about how you read this, right? He leads me beside quiet waters. He refreshes my soul. He guides me along the right path for his name's sake. Even though I walk through the darkest valley, I fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. I actually used these words. Not exactly this one. I used the King James version, actually, didn't I? Can we not have that? King James version. I use these words in Nicola Bulley Case Solved because I believe it's quite like the number 23 has been bandied around on the Nicola Bulley thing. Some people have like conspiracy theory ideas about it, and it just like seems to coincide that this is Psalm 23 maybe. But the idea that you should eat the animals, that they should lie down in green pastures, and the rod and the staff should be their comfort. Like, the rod and the staff are actually instruments, not necessarily of comfort, are they? Like, the rod and the staff, like the brutal hitting with the rod, the staff, obviously you can hook the sheep's head when it's on its horns and drag it around and stuff, but they comfort you. They're your protection. Like, to be protected by weapons is to be comforted by them, if you understand what I'm saying. So for the police to have a hitting baton, I'm glad the police have got a hitting stick because they comfort me. They're there for my protection. But should I cross the rod and the staff, then they'll comfort me in a different way, I suppose. But I don't fear evil when I walk through the shadow of death because my Lord is with me. You prepare, and this is kind of like true of religion as well, though, isn't it? Like, I fear the vengeance of my God because my God is powerful. But it's vengeance, like, because I'm on the good side, I trust that. Not vengeance. Vengeance is a funny word. Like, the Old Testament, there is a more vengeful aspect to God, maybe. But, like, what I'm saying is this Abrahamic concept of God is that, like, it's the same with, like, weapons of mass destruction or something. Like, we absolutely destroy a country that's thinking about making a nuclear bomb because we've got massive nuclear bombs, like, and we use them on anyway. Like, but it comforts me because we're on the side of the goodies. Yeah, so I want us to have the power, the rod and the staff. They're my comfort. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup runs over. Like, I worry about these lines because you could reread it to say, you prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. I might be on the table, anointed with oil. Like, when you cook animals, you put oil on them, and my cup runs over. I don't want to be too brutal, but, like, the slaughtering of the animal, the spilling of the blood, the cup, like, that could read dark, couldn't it? Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. So, that's Psalm 23. I'm saying it could be reread. Like, obviously, I'm in the honest and light. Like, it's about following God, putting your trust in God, because God is powerful and is with me, so I fear no evil. And whatever should happen, God will prepare a table. Sorry, it makes me emotional, because this read of it, the truth of it, the light of it is good, yeah? And goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, because I trust God. Okay, so I'm down with that. But you could reread it in a dark way to suggest that you should submit to your Lord. And in certain feudal systems in our country that existed before we had our current situation of, like, and we're talking about running deep, and I'm sure that when you go into like this is fuel for the conspiracy people in some ways, the Satanist believers or whatever, but if you run deep on this, then you could say that the Lord is my shepherd, is my God is my shepherd, but the Lord of the land, like the owner of the land, like the lords and ladies, the landed gentry, they are our shepherds, because they're the ones that run the government, or that run the, like, back in the feudal system, it would have been a more direct sort of serf and lord relationship. But these lords, the shepherds, and I should lie down in the green pastures provided for me beside the still waters, and just accept the rod and the staff, the rule and the police, the order, that they comfort me, and that I should be prepared on the table and anointed with oil and happy about it, because goodness and mercy will follow me because I'm a blind believer. So there's a sort of strange reread of that, in my opinion, and it's just a philosophical conversation we could have about the meaning of theology, and I would rather trust in the true meaning and follow God in a pure and honest way. But I would suggest that, and this is where I don't want it, listen, don't think I'm throwing you down a rabbit hole here, but this is all rabbit holes, right, what I'm saying now. But like, what about people who go on about the Masons and this and that, and, you know, secret covens of bad people who dress as good people or whatever? I'm sure they might take something like this and reread the chuff out of it to make it, I could imagine that being read in a Mason's, like, not a Mason's, even worse than that, in like the bad Satanists with the, you know, take all of it and put it all together, you know, like my comedy song that I did on Centuries about it, if you've seen that one, like, you know, put all the Masons together, all the bad and they could reread that, and they could just read that out, and you could be like, oh, this sounds bad now it's them reading it sounds really bad. I don't want the Lord to, you know, I don't want you to make me lie down. I'm quite happy with my own opinions. Like, I don't want to walk through the shadow of death. Like, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. Who's put that on? Obviously, we will all one day die, okay? But I didn't realise it was going to be fucking today. I don't want to walk, I walk through the shadow. Is that happening now? I'll fear no evil. All right, I won't feel evil because you're going to hit me with that stick. Like, it sounds like you could read this to an animal who was going to slaughter. Hey, you're about to walk through the valley of the shadow of death. Fear no evil. The rod and the staff will going to comfort you because you're going to be bolt gunned. You prepare a table before me. Anointing the head with oil is good. You'll love it when the cup runs over. Goodness and mercy will follow you. Trust. Like, as a sort of reread from Animal Farm, you know, the book Animal Farm. Like, you could imagine Napoleon reading this to the other sheep as he ships them out of the farm. Like, there's so many ways to interpret that. In this context, which is why I feel it was such an amazing thing to have it read, discussed, you know, a feature of this part of this documentary. So there's my little take on that in deeper context. I'm not saying anything strong about it. Like I'm saying, you know, shouts out to Jesus. I'm on the side of the goodies, yeah. So I think in the good ways about it, but people like all that sort of aspect to it. So there's a bit to like to think about if you're into that sort of stuff. Those rabbit holes.
But cruelty and mistreatment, where it occurs, has no part in his purposes.
Amen to that.
It can be said that stress, any form of stress, is a form of cruelty. And yet there are times when we recognise that stress has its place. I only say this so that we may begin to understand one another's points of view. I mean, I do see parents dragging reluctant 5-year-old children to school, bawling with tears. But while they are under stress, and some people might say, looking at it, isn't that cruel? We do understand why parents think it's important that children should attend school.
Right, so I don't agree with this though. The taking of a child to school who doesn't want to go to school, you can actually reason with a child so it understands what's happening, whereas the animals that are going through this, you can't reason with them in that way. And the stress of going to school is not the same stress as going off to a factory to be murdered.
So I only mention that because there will be elements of stress in life which is not necessarily to be condemned as cruel. And what has been important in these last few days is that...
like I say, that's the justification, isn't it? We don't want to go too far. We can't put them in the trucks and send them abroad. It's just far too cruel to see it going past our windows. I don't want to see it going past my window, but if you just take it off on the farm and don't drive it past my window, I will happily buy the meat and eat it. So,
who have been protesting...
Sorry, the dead animals.
...have been holding up in front of our community a moral issue and saying, is it the right way in which we as a community should be treating the animals which are reared for human nourishment? And that is an issue which has not been solved. It's got to be solved by winning the hearts and minds of the great majority of people to see what is right.
And this is an important point, a very important point. So it's got to be solved by winning the hearts and minds. It's an actual problem that's coming to focus in community. People are out on the streets about it. Where does this lead? Animal rights protests. You've got, I've already set the tone earlier by showing you the National Farmers Union. You know, you've got a lot of big money invested already in just let's have it this way. let's keep doing it this way. But as we know today in 2024, veganism rose and grew, and you can't stop it because more and more people see what they feel to be a more compassionate way of living. And you don't, I mean, I'm not trying to push this down your throat, but like, you go to McDonald's, there's a vegan option. You don't have to have the animal burger, and the non-animal options are actually really good for you as well, slightly more healthy. And we've got all this science going on these days about, you know, nutrition, so you can look into it yourself. Top sports people are vegan for choice, because they're top sports people. They got nutritionists who choose to make them like. So I think like these days it's more and more legitimate to be vegan. It's not just a philosophical idea. You've got all the nutritional available on the internet, you know, and all that. So, and you've got more and more options. So maybe that was what certain sectors of society, or small, I'd say sectors, I mean small groups, small, quite wealthy people, like maybe some quite wealthy people didn't want this change and don't want this conversation. And when it comes up in society like this, isn't it strange that so many people are ready to rush out on the street in defence of animal welfare? And I believe that it's quite regular and routine for people to, when exposed to the truth of animal torture. This is why Huntington, I'll refer back very quickly to what I said at the start of this, how did I get into this conversation? It's because Peter Folding advertised that he protest removed Huntington Life Sciences camp, that he was protester removal extraordinaire over Huntington Life Sciences camp. So, like, that's the man who searched for Nicola Bulley, and he's in this. And he's in it deep, yeah? And I don't agree with the removal of the protesters. I agree with the protesting. That's where I come from.
Winning the hearts and minds of the great majority of people to see what...
But he's right, it's about winning hearts and minds. It's about public opinion, isn't it? It's about what people think. But here, the hearts and minds have been decided. They're out on the streets. They've made up their choices. So now we've just got to drag them off the street. We've got to physically pick them up and move them. And that's what, this is going to play out. They're going to amplify into more protests, obviously. So I need to let it play, but...
...is right. And that's why the protesters have quite right things.
We're 2 hours in. I do appreciate, I've said it before, simply watching the news is not content, right? But this is source material for the content that I've made, and I feel it's important that we all share it. Plus, I do my pause, my react, I'm a decent react content creator, I hope, so that I'm adding some value here. But on top of it all, this is like historical documentation. It tells a story. And like I said, does this tie in a man who was present at the time, protester removal? I think I saw him in the video, you make up your own minds. And, the Nicola Bulley, the trucks, the exports, her father's business, you've got all this, like, if you don't go into this sort of level of looking at it, like, at what point are we really looking into the truth for Nicola? So I think this is important, really.
Been putting their point of view, and no doubt will continue to do so, in a non-violent fashion. Because this matter needs to be resolved not by one side gaining some sort of victory over the other.
Because I'll remind you as well, Nicola Bulley moved to Lancashire, right? And Lancashire is a big farming town with lots of farming, lots of animal agriculture. In fact, we talked about it in another video. It's one of the main things going. Did we talk about it in another video? You look at Lancashire's animal agriculture export and stuff like. Did I do that in another video, or is that on my pinboard of things to do? Anyway, there's a lot of money in farming. There's a lot of this exact trade going on through Lancashire. And Nicola Bulley herself, pictured with that lamb, I just wonder, about her opinions on it all, where she would have stood back then on this going on in her local area and how it influenced her life. And then the move to Lancashire, massive farming communities. Again, it's not like her dad just gave up the trucking company. He moved to Lancashire and established Essex Freight Services, and that's another story for another day, I suppose.
But by the persuading of the hearts and minds of the great majority of the people of our country as to what is right, and that it is a moral question, and seeing that as a community, that it is put right, it is ultimately a matter for government. Government is here to represent the feelings and beliefs of our nation, and to see that our public life is a moral one. It's not a private issue, it's not an issue for the marketplace, it is a public issue. it's an issue of public morality.
So he's saying that it's a public issue. He's saying that the government needs to be doing it. He's saying it's not a marketplace issue. You can't be a company and decide to do what you want because you've got enough money to just choose your things as companies. This is a public, it's private versus public. And that's one of the same problems I've got with Peter Folding, because he's a private company. Peter Folding, Specialist Group International, isn't he? He's a private company who wants to go and do jobs that were previously done by public servants. So I believe public servants, that's a public issue. I think body recovery like that, public issue. No, I don't think private companies should be doing it. So that's a huge issue with Peter Folding. So this guy talking, like if you're Peter Folding and you're stood here, you're listening, which I don't think he would be. I think he's off there, you know, on the other side of things. But wouldn't he have a different opinion to these people?
As to the way in which we treat our animals. So it's in that hope and faith that I hope we shall continue to hold up this moral issue in the face of our country, that it may be properly resolved by those who are responsible, that is the government, for the quality of our common life, and that we may do so peaceably, knowing that we've got to win the hearts and minds of those who do not agree to us.
So what's weird about this is he's saying the government have to do what we want. Like, we've got to win the hearts and minds of people that don't agree. And what seems to have happened in the intervening time is the government have made it more of an opportunity. I believe the government now get hold of this sort of thing before it happens, because they promote what you should think. They understand how to market ideas to you in subtle way. I mean, there's GB News, for crying out loud. So, like, winning the hearts and minds of people, like, instead of it being the people informing the government, the response to this sort of problem in society was potentially that the government decided to not let things like this get out of hand by instead going the other way around, by, you know, projecting back to people how they should think, feel and behave, rather than having the government being told by large protest groups. I think the government would rather not have the protest groups, criminalise them, and tell people like tell people how to behave is one thing, but also like direct people through, like, I'm not talking psyops here, I'm just talking through, like, I mean, like, go and watch the football, drink some beers, eat a pie, like, go to work, shut up, like, you know, fall into line. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm just talking about sheep, I suppose, aren't I? You know, the irony of the Lord is my shepherd coming up.
And that we will commend to God any and such suffering as is involved in the meantime.
So they sing "The Lord is my shepherd," but I can't have this on here because it's copyright. Thank you for the £3 super chat, cheeky chops. A little bit of brevity here. We've got another hour of this, and we're good for that because we're 2 hours in. This will make a good show. So I need to keep pushing, but I'm going to skip through "The Lord is my shepherd" because, unfortunately, it's a really good sequence in this film. You know, they sing it, which I think is really good because it's community singing, and then they show some of the boats with the animals on them, and you know, it's meaningful and it's emotional, I guess, in some ways. But I can't play it because, of all things, the hymn "The Lord is my shepherd" gets copyright on YouTube for music. So we'll carry on. Again, we see a wide range of people from the community, don't we? And we see the community, I think. Interesting chat, actually, since you're all here. Like, I mean, I don't know what the numbers are, I don't keep an eye on it, but since you're all here, why don't we just quickly run a poll, engage with you? If you've got your thumbs at the ready, you're probably sat back now doing something else in the garden, but if you've got your thumb at the ready, like, would you have joined the protest? I don't mean every day, week in, week out, make a big placard. You know, I just mean it's going on in your area. Like, there's a poll for you. Would you have joined the protest? Would you have gone out and, like those ladies did in the hairdressers that we saw earlier, they went out and, you know, just got involved? Like, would you have been interested to join this protest, or would you have just thought, like, maybe it's not worth it, or whatever, like that man said? I don't know. Like, there's a poll. She's not happy.
Verbally, the rest of them were wonderful. Yes, we laughed and joked all the way through them. Except for that, wasn't it? That Unit 4. Oh, yeah. But as we got here, just they stayed with the lorry the whole time, Unit 4.
She's talking about police here, Unit 4.
And as soon as we hit the cone and the kids started coming out of school, the majority of their parents was walking in the road, so they're going to join their parents. That was it, they all come forward and started pushing and shoving and shouting at you. Other than that, it was brilliant all the way down. We were laughing with them, but then that lot come barging in. There was no need for it, none at all.
There she is. I mean, I don't know if she's still going, Tilly, but like, there she is, Tilly. You know, absolute angel.
Just ask people to sit down. Don't even worry about it. If you don't want to link arms, don't worry about it. But let's please get people sitting let's get people sitting down here, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you hear?
So in this one, I actually think this guy here looks very folding to me. Not the guy on the megaphone, but the guy in the just here. He looks very folding to me. I'm not saying that is Peter Folding as like the other shots that are more clear, but like working as a special advisor, protest breaker, frontline. These are the top brass with the megaphone. Stood next to them, you know, wandering about. Like, feels quite folding to me. I don't know. Like, and his face looks very folding, but not close enough that I could say in court, you know, this is close enough. Because he's in the background and it's a bit blurry. And this sequence is actually quite funny. You'll see why.
Get people sitting down here, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me? Hello, ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me now? Yes. We need to get these lorries through. Would you please clear the road?
When they say yes, when he says, can you hear me? And they'll go, no. Obviously they can hear him, yeah? Because otherwise why would they say no? And then when it's like school kids or so, isn't it? Can you hear me? No. And then he gets it on. They go, yeah. Now we're going to have to listen. I love that. It's very, very, again, kind of British, kind of Monty Python. Like, there's all these moments.
Let's get people sitting down here, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me? Hello, ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me now? Yes. We need to get these lorries through. Would you please clear the road? You are causing an obstruction of the Queen's Highway. Please clear the road. Would you please clear the road? You are causing an obstruction. Please clear the road.
Bad live exports!
Very peaceful.
We are sitting on the road in a non-violent manner.
I will warn you, for the next hour, there will be quite a lot of shouting.
We have the laws imposed, but please do not tell us that our actions are not peaceful. Our actions are peaceful. I obviously accept that it's against the law, but our actions are peaceful, so please do not tell us otherwise.
Please clear the road. This is a willful obstruction of the highway. You are making yourself liable to arrest. I ask you again, please clear the road.
Pushing these ladies off the street, off the road, like, it makes you wonder, doesn't it? Like, it totally makes you wonder. Like, looking back at this, like, and even today. I mean, things are worse for us today as citizens in terms of what we are and are not allowed to go out and protest and stand for. Like, I think our rights are diminished since this day. But back in this day, like, I mean, a lot of this is quite uncomfortable viewing, in my opinion, watching the police do this to the people. I mean, I say the police. I assume that everybody dressed as a police person is legitimately a police person, maybe. But if Peter Folding's there, I'm not saying that he legitimately is a police person. I'm saying that he might be dressed as a police person, or that he might have been legitimately given some special constable status or special status. I don't know. I'm not an expert in that. All I'm saying about the picture of him, that when he's walking around wearing, it looks like him wearing that uniform. I think if it looks really like someone to the point where it's exactly like them, then I have to question, why is he wearing the uniform? Not, is that him? You know what I mean? Like, but it's just my feeling. I'm watching a picture of someone on a video, so. There were several policemen riding on the front of that truck, that police wagon. I don't know if that's normal, but, you know, maybe they do that. Maybe they don't do that these days. I can't tell if any of these are a recognisable face. It's like a bloody army though, isn't it, look? I don't know how many of you live in small towns. Turn it down a little bit while I talk. I don't know how many of you live in small towns in the UK, but like, imagine this sort of volume of going on. Like, it's incredible, isn't it? Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe just for posterity, I shouldn't turn it down while the police are talking. The police weren't doing any talking.
She's ever so happy,
So we'll plank this. We put it on the railings on the left. We keep it off the ground level. We need to put it down in a few seconds. This is the gate. Because we're going to collapse. This is the gate. We want to. Well, Kathy, can you just check when that is right? We can't see that. No, this is it. Right back. That's it. No, let him out of the centre. Turn it round. Sideways on. There we go. Hold on, watch his leg.
Oosh. This was the crux of it at the time as well, veal crates. It was like quite an important part of it, the veal crates, because you can see, can't you? For some, that was a bridge too far. That was too much, the veal crates. But like, the whole thing to me is, you know, let's not do it, but... You mean crunching? It says join the demo. It's a big thing. Like, you know, they're recruiting, so to speak. Want people from the area to come and join the demo. Again, I'll reiterate, Nicola Bulley, 17 years old. Now, what would you have felt like at 17 years old if this was going on up the road from you in the local town adjacent? National news, you know?
Over to the left, please. Thank you.
This is quite important. They're saying you're pushing. These are the tactics. These are the developments. You know, how to deal with protests. We line them all up. We push through as a V. We make sure that we move the people away this way. Like, we arrest people who give us loads of shit. We drag them through and drag them away. Like, these are the techniques that have been designed to deal with the community being at odds with something. This is what we've got now. This is like Essex Police in action. I don't know if they do it all exactly like this these days, but like I said, Peter Faulding, he says it on his website, protest removal extraordinaire, developed these techniques in the 90s. This is it in action. This is the 90s, it being developed, it being put into action.
Come on.
Excuse me.
That just looks like a young girl. Like, there, but for the grace of God, goes, I guess, Nikki Bulley or someone of her age range in that area at that time on the protest line.
Excuse me.
I should be careful about that. You know, I believe in my heart of hearts that photographs like the one with Nicola Bulley with the lamb, the children's society thing, you know, I believe the way she loved Willow, that her dad referred to as that animal in the interview. He said she loved that animal, but I'd say Willow. You know, I just think that in my heart, I believe that she would have been on the side of the protesters in her heart. Whether she would have turned up and protested or not, I don't know.
Can we just check that my boy's going to That's where you come from. Have I got to walk my way back to Bulley?
Get your act together, you're letting the rest of us down.
It's a fascist state. Sit and link
People are getting a bit eggy now, aren't they? It is more chaotic now, right? But that's made more chaotic by the police, like, forcing all these people to, like, forcing them down this street and, like, creating this conflict in a way, isn't it? He's looking after his mum, bless him. 90s haircuts. Sorry, I've got to pause that. the 90s haircuts. Look, he's got the wedge. He's got the wedge. Skinhead, but not like the crew cut was a 90s haircut. He's got the wedge. He's got the curtains. So we've had a wedge, a crew cut, and a curtains. They've got the haircuts. They're the young lads going about, aren't they? Sorry, I'm trying to create a bit of brevity, but it's quite a serious thing, isn't it, this? A bit of levity, not brevity. In chat, what haircut did you have in the 90s that you were proud of? She's got a stein. She's got a sign. She's come prepared. Could it get more British than a 3 cheers hip hip hooray for the people of Brightlingsea? What I find so intriguing as well is that, you know, we've raised this point, we've talked about it a bit, I'll just reiterate a few points. The private company, these are people running their private company. They want to sell their animals, they want to take them to abroad in a ferry, and the people in the local area don't want that to happen. So the police have come in to ensure this private company gets through. Like this load of animals must get through at all costs, to the cost of the taxpayer of millions, against the will of the people, to the point where there's these huge protests. This must get through. And like, if I was doing a business, like obviously it's a problem to me. Like, try and put myself in, empathise with the side of the truck driver, yeah, or the animal exporter. Like, I want my animals to go through, don't I? Because I want to make my money. Basically, I want my money, so I get those animals through. And like, there's a difficulty in my business. Like, it's the actual people in the town. Well, I'm glad the police are just going to fucking be my own private army and just muscle 1,000 million police. Then is it great? Like, I mean, look at the numbers. Like, just hundreds and hundreds of police on the streets, yeah, all just to force my trucks through. Good. Okay, so now we've got that system going. Is anyone checking my trucks? Not really. All the police are making them go through. Get them through as quick as possible. It's like, you've got this, like, I would just wonder to myself, like, what if I put something like dodgy on my truck? Would the police see it and check it, or are they just trying to get it through? Like it just makes me I think that's a real strange situation to be in, where a private company has got not just the backing of the police, but there's, well, I don't know what you'd call it, like the protection of the police in this way. And it's a private company. It's not like, you know, a government mandated, or, do you know what I mean? It's not an ambulance or a fire truck, or like, it's just like I reiterate, a private company. I guess we'd all hope for the protection of the police in our own lives, like, you know, as individual citizens, but like, these mechanisms have got really strangely, and it's the real, like, you know, that's someone's nan there, isn't it? Getting pushed out of the way by the police and this private company with their big truck. It's just a real fucking, like, really weird view on society that actually happened in the 90s in the UK. Like, you know, all this 1984 police state, oh, they're going to make it bad. Like, nowadays, we all got, back then they didn't have mobile phones, they didn't have any of that stuff, but this is where some of this comes from. Like, feels a little bit like fascism. Keep moving, please, ladies and gentlemen. There's a few of them that look a little bit like Peter Fording, but I can't say. That one's short enough. So at this point, an uneasy social control is enacted, where the police literally, like, you know, like, line the roads and the trucks just drive through. Colchester. Boom. Big town, local area. Colchester. Chelmsford, just down here. Basildon. But Colchester, big town, yeah. Probably town hall sort of stuff, isn't it? Do you know what just occurred to me as well? There's a place called Marsh Farm Country Park here as well. South Woodham Ferrers. It's just a weird coincidence, this one, isn't it? This is where Nicola Bulley grew up, South Woodham Ferrers. And just here, just on the water, is a place called Marsh Farm Country Park. They do animals and stuff there. Like, they do rescuing the animals. They don't do murdering the animals. Country Park. It's like a nice park where the animals are not getting murdered. Marsh Farm Country Park. Weird, isn't it? There's a place called Marsh Farm Road. Marsh Farm Road. Nicola Bulley grew up just down the road from Marsh Farm Road. Just there. I bet you like that, wouldn't you, in chat? I bet you like that. But that's got your clock ticking. That's got your brain working. Anyway, Colchester, big main town, right? Big main town. And it's just up the road from everything. Like, from everyone. Colchester. So we're off to see the wizard, or the mayor. So what you see here is a more organised event, because that unrest, that dissatisfaction, the trucks have been forced through, the police are there, but people aren't just like, you know, now it's moved on to this next stage where we've got, in the bigger town, we've probably got people from all over the area coming together for this specific event, this specific protest. And now they've got their signs. Interesting to see a Kill the Bill. We saw a reiteration of Kill the Bill more recently, if you remember. Kill the Bill's been going on for a little while, hasn't it? We've got signs there. Martyr. I wonder if that's about Jill Phipps at this stage. February the 4th, Colchester. Like I say, a much more organised movement here now, isn't it? Like a slightly bigger thing. And I don't know what it's like, whether, again, I'm going to ask this question of people that live in the UK in chat, I suppose. Like, if you live in a small town, like around here, like Colchester being a bigger town. I mean, London's just down the road. I don't know what it's like for Essex people, whether they consider London the big city, you know, or whether some event in Colchester would attract their attention. It's been on the national news. It's been going on. There's going to be a big protest. It's going to happen in Colchester. Like, do you want to go? Like, I'm pretty sure if I lived in this area, like South Woodham Ferrers, you know, wouldn't that be on the, you know, the Chelmsford's quite near, isn't it? Colchester's a bit further. I don't know. Like, maybe people did go. Yeah. Anyway, back to Colchester. Like, for me, I'd have thought about going. Back then in the 90s, like, we were off going to different places, and, like, you know. Kill the Bill's about the criminal justice bill, says Morris. How did I stumble upon it? No one, I explained it today in this episode. Like I said, I've literally explained it. Peter Folding, protester removal. So I'm looking into that. The removal operations that he stated. And that led to Huntingdon Life Sciences Camp, which triggered my brain into saying that's animal rights. So then I researched animal rights protests Essex, because Peter Folding's from Essex, and that takes you to the Battle of Brightlingsea. And then I watched all of this footage and found the things that I'm showing you today. Obviously, I watched other videos and looked at other things as well, but this is the line that I wanted to present most clearly. And then from this, I think we can start talking about other things as well. And like I said, in Nicola Bulley case solved, I think it's not just about this. I think there are people that have, like, if you've got the trucks and you're getting the police and the police are forcing the trucks across the border, like, you've got like this opportunity almost, haven't you? They're talking about buying ports. I think that we could be layering up conversations about drug import, export from South America to the UK, export off into Europe, maybe even bigger pharmaceutical companies being involved in things falling off the backs of lorries, or importation of legitimate pharmaceuticals that get turned into illegal narcotics. Because ecstasy was massive in the late 80s, early 90s. Ecstasy was huge, and in this same part of the world, just, you know, there's a little bit of a conversation. You had the Essex Boys murders. You had what was her name? Leah Betts died of that ecstasy. You know, you had all that stuff going on in this part of the world, and then you've got the layers, you know, of these. Like, there are some big pharmaceutical companies around in the area as well. Maybe those conversations might be for another day, a bit deeper. And certainly I can't point the finger at any Mr. Big, so please don't murder me. But you know what I mean? Like, there's just this this layering of these social issues in this area at this time. I'll say that. So today's episode is not strongly about those more subversive, deeper, maybe criminal aspects, but the overt, on the ground. It says to me, like, if you've got boots on the ground and you're Peter Folding and you're here in those videos and you're driving a truck and you're Ernest Bulley, you know, it surprises me that in years to come, when Nicola Bulley goes missing, Peter Folding turns up on the scene again. And if you're Ernest Bulley, you don't say, hey, I recognise you from outside the truck when I was driving it. And in that meeting of the gold meet, you know, in that meeting when we organised how the trucks were going to get across and the protest was going to be removed or whatever. Just feels weird to me, doesn't it? But yeah. Maybe none of that happened, eh? Maybe it's just my thoughts and feelings because of watching some pictures. Just my opinion, entertainment purposes only, eh?
What's the plan?
Isn't it interesting as well? I know it's specifically about live animal exports, but the strength of feeling from the community when it comes to animal welfare. And this is now the community going to engage with the politics by handing in a petition, but it makes the politicians look at this and scratch their heads a little bit, doesn't it? Because how are you going to fix this? There she is, Tilly. Shaking hand with the mayor.
What's going to happen? I'm inviting 6 or 8 of you up to the parlour after you presented the petition to explain to myself and other members of the council who are here your concerns. We will not go upstairs until the procession is passed. The police do not wish the procession to actually stop. So you're very welcome to come up and see me. And you are welcome to come up to the parlour after the second class.
Yeah, she mentioned Jill Phipps. So yeah, at this point, Jill Phipps has been run over by a truck and sadly died. The truck driver, I think, was given manslaughter, but like, you know. I intend to talk about Jill Phipps in future episodes. God rest her soul. You know, people that stand up for things and risk their lives. Like, it's poignant on D-Day as well. I knew I didn't want to do a D-Day episode or anything, but a couple of things this last couple of weeks has prompted me into getting back onto this stuff. So shouts out, you know, shouts out the people that stand up for your rights.
When you want it! What do we want? When you want it! What do you want? When you want it! What do you want?
Because it's not just they're protesting for animal rights. It's that by protesting for animal rights, they highlight a problem that has been made worse over the last, like, you know, we need to document and talk about more about our right to protest and what it means and what, you know, the bound, not just like the Just Stop Oil people are bad. Let's talk about it. Like, you know, we need to actually have an understanding about what it means to be a society where our voices are heard and we're not criminalised for it. So.
When do you want it? What do you want? When do you want it? Now!
And of course, you know, with this record of protester operations carried out by Specialist Group International, who better to talk about those sort of subjects than maybe Peter Folding, although I don't think he's going to be talking much in the media about it, is he? Unless it's a photo op with someone with a smile and a, like, you know, maybe the more interesting conversations never get heard, I don't know.
What do we want? Animal rights! When do we want it? Now! Animal rights! When do we want it? Now!
It's a baby. It's a photograph of a baby. That, as a filmmaker, I don't know about that move to have a photograph of the baby. I get it. But, like, can I just a photograph of a baby there? But I get it because it's saying, like, you know, people are bringing the whole generation here and there's her with the little lamb, and aren't the parallel between our innocent children and these innocent animals. So I get it, like, but photograph of a baby in it. There's the trucks again. I don't know if anyone eagle-eye is looking out for any of these characters to spot anyone, but these are the people that were here at the time. They're documented, aren't they? And there's another big red truck going through. The police are walking it through. She's on the mobility scooter. I'm not a big fan of bagpipes, to be honest. Okay, if you're in Scotland, okay, but I used to have a hairdressing shop, right? And there's this guy, and he didn't have a busker's license. He wasn't. I don't mind the buskers. Don't get me wrong. There's a whole street of them up in our town. Like, but he didn't have a license. He used to just turn up at this bus stop that was outside my shop and play the fucking bagpipes. And I'd just go out there and I'd just give it him. I'd be like, shut up with your bagpipes. I'm in there cutting hair. Like, I've got to stand there cutting hair. Like, I'm listening to fucking bagpipes. I'm not listening to bagpipes all day. You're go somewhere. I don't care where you go else in town. Go at fucking Tony and Guy and do it. I don't want to hear it. You fuck off. And like, he would eventually fuck off. Like, because I would like go out and just fucking yell at him. Fuck off with your bagpipes. But like, oh my God. Like, but because of that experience as well, like, because it'd start up and I'd be like in the middle of doing someone's hair and I'd be like, oh, for fuck's sake, hold on a minute. I'm going to go out and shout at the bagpipes, man. Because I'm not listening to those bagpipes and nor are you. Not for like, you know, an hour at a time any longer than that. Now! But anyway, yeah, sorry, back to this.
What do we want? Animal rights!
There's Tilly again at the front. You know, she's a stalwart, isn't she?
What do we want now?
This woman's got a neck brace on because maybe the police have manhandled her, but...
I bet you're jogging!
Again, buggies, you know, the Great British flag, making the point, this is us, this is our nation. I'm very proud of these people. Pride's not a virtue, but, you know, D-Day and all that, you know, you're very proud of these people, aren't you? We're proud of the sacrifice they made, you know.
Thirsty work boy, isn't
He's here, Robbie. He's underneath the back. He's under his legs.
This is a bit sad, so I'm going to skip it forward a bit. There's a poor sheep, and the man that drives the truck comes and sort of pushes it around to push the sheep back into line, and that's, you know, the situation, isn't it? So.
Cheers, thank you very much. Back in your truck now. Thank you.
Back in your truck now. I'm not suggesting that that's earnest. Like, you know, that doesn't look like earnest to me. But
Thank you. Cheers, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Somebody else now, a truck driver talking to the police.
It's like you're swearing.
This sequence is... Right, this sequence is gold, right? And the reason I love it so much, I'd outright say it, is because the West Midlands accent on the policeman, like, and it just shows you, like, we're in Essex, and this guy that's policing, maybe he moved to Essex, I don't know, but this West Midlands accent on the policeman and what goes down here. Sorry, yeah, I'm trying to bring some levity to it, Pauline. I know it's very upsetting, isn't it? But this is the truth of what happened.
It's like you're swearing. This is your second warning. We don't want any swearing. We're not going to be called bastards or anything like that at all, alright? Do you understand what we're saying?
Sorry, I see you might be going through something else. I'm sorry. No.
Listen to this. It's the second warning and the last one, alright? If one more officer hears you swearing, you're going to be arrested. Okay? Listen, you learn.
He sounds like Richie Woodall.
Listen to this. It's the second warning and the last one, alright? If one more officer hears you swearing, you're going to be arrested. Okay? Listen, you learn. Okay? Listen and learn, mate. Okay? There's a lot of them around here. Well, stop swearing. That's your second and last warning. You swore once when you came past, and this is the second time. There won't be a third. Good day to you, sir. Good day to you. You're under arrest. You are under arrest. I think you're clever. You didn't say that at all. You're now under arrest. All right? Off you get. Off you get. You're being arrested. Oh, I'm not. I'm going home. Off you get. Come on. You're under arrest now. Let your bike go. Let your bike go. Let me go. No. I need a couple of you. Okay. Some of us walk away. Just get off your bike. Take off your bike.
Community policing here. The guy's been taken off. He's let the bike go. You're gone, mate. You're gone. Too much swearing. Get him in the back of the van. Like, bloody hell. Residential streets, mind you, in, you know, a small town.
Listen, get him away from the side of the road. Right, lift him off his bike. Let go of the bike, sir, and get off the bike. Come off your bike.
He rang the bell.
Lift him off his bike. Let go of the bike, sir, and get off the bike. Come off your bike.
Sorry, the ringing the bell gets me. Succulent Chinese meal.
Right, lift him off his bike. Let go of the bike, sir, and get off the bike. Come off your bike.
Sorry, I can't help. It's so British, isn't it? Fuck you. I'm going to ring the bell if you're manhandling me. I'm going to ring that bell. Or was it a policeman that did it?
Right, lift him off his bike.
Lift him off his bike.
Let go of the bike, sir, and get off the bike. Come off your bike, sir. Come on. Let go of the bike. You're being silly now, sir. Come on.
No, but it is.
Stop.
Listen, this is really bad, actually, isn't it? What they're doing to this man.
Take it nice and easy. Thank you very much. Don't start playing up and being
Don't be childish. Don't be childish.
Stay there. Just keep your head down, mate. Can we have a bus, please, Sarge? Can we just put him in there? Put him in there. Just walk on your own feet. Just walk on your own feet. Come on. You're a real child. Okay, boys. Okay, you're going to get in on your own, sir. We don't want to have to lift you and have a struggle here. You're not going anywhere but the station.
Got him in a headlock now.
Here we go.
Got his legs.
Watch his legs. Watch his legs.
Watch his legs.
Come on, there so we don't hurt him. Lift him up. That's the way.
One of them knocked the other one's helmet off. Get him in.
That's
Put it in his pocket.
What, we get that later. Hold it.
That's policing.
No, I'm just saying.
Job well done there. I mean, I don't think all police are like that. Do you know what I mean? I think these days as well, with the transition between what was a more 1980s led Thatcher government, you know, like all that, like into a more diverse and more suitable to purpose. And the shame of it is the undercutting. I don't want to get political now, do I? But the undercutting of the police by underfunding them, like. But anyway, like, I think the police are better than this now. I hope. Certainly with body cam footage and with more mobile phones, everything's a lot more visible. And I don't know how these police felt being videoed doing that.
Come on, folks, you got the chance. Walk on or sit down.
Stand in the middle, Mum.
Oh, give the police a chance as well. Come on, good old souls. They've been working overtime.
Again, young people are there. You know, people about Nicola Bulley's age. I'd have thought for the people that live in this area, this would have been quite an event that they would remember for probably the rest of their lives.
Till we have won. Keep it peaceful and applaud. Keep it peaceful and applaud. Victory is our reward. Victory is our reward. Stop this trade is inhumane. Stop this trade is inhumane. Why can't this suffering in pain? Cause this suffering in pain. Hold the line. What do we want? Animal rights. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Animal rights! When do we want it? Now! What? Animal rights! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Animal rights! Now! What do we want? Animal rights! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Animal rights! When do we want it? Now!
As this develops, I think there becomes a more uneasy balance of committed protesters, people that turn up and, you know, but the big movement has happened, the protest has been handed in, certain trucks have been stopped, the police have now got their, like, ducks right in order, loads of them turn up, they march, like, the fervour for the protests has diminished, and the idea that we might have to fix this in a different way, in a more political way, has increased amongst a group of the people who were originally protesting. And this will always be the way. I mean, you look at, like, recent protests about Gaza, I mean, time makes these things change, doesn't it? So initially there's lots of people there, and then over time fewer and fewer people seem to continue to turn up. Maybe I don't know, maybe that's the thing. Like, but certainly there's loads of people here again. A neck brace. One of them said sod off back to Wales because there were Welsh farmers that were bringing the sheep in and then they were being sold on through to Europe like that. I don't know if that means the trucks themselves came from Wales or if the sheep were taken to the sort of holding pen in the middle and then shipped off by the more local trucking companies. Massive mullet there. I want to say this was, you know, people power in action and it changed things, but of course the protest continued until mad cow disease shut down this process. Like, mad cow disease meant we didn't export to Europe anymore, so now there was no more exports, no more protests, and after it picked up again afterwards, it picked up in a different way, slower, and like with these things in mind. So like, it did change, but mad cow disease was the thing that really stopped it, and then eventually obviously the king has stopped it now, like, so that's good.
Making any progress at all, and I'll be forced to bring the officers up to you and begin to push you.
And see, I'm not certain. I was pretty confident about Peter Fording being in that initial phase of it. I don't know if he's going to be on the beat with every single one of these protests, or if his position as like director, consultant, whatever you want to call it, you know, like sideways onto the police. Like, you know, maybe he wanted to be on the front line for a certain part of it, to develop information, to gather information, to, you know, I don't know what aspect of it involved him being dressed as a policeman, because I think he looked like he was fucking dressed as a policeman to me. Like mind-blowing to me. But I don't know if that means that he's going to go to every single shot with the police in. I don't know if he's going to be just one of these people, but
Do not want to do that.
But certainly every shot with the public, I'm always scanning it, just thinking, is there anyone I recognise? Like, and of course, this protest is taking the route of the trucks. So these are the local people that live in these houses that don't want these massive trucks full of animals to be coming through on the daily, isn't it? So. You can really clearly see that in action here now, this strategy of the police to create this V, push the people off to the side, walk in front, like community policing. And so the protesters become more ingenious. Now we're blocking the road of vehicles. It gets to a point where I do question, you know, we want to block the trucks. We don't want to block the highway. Like it's echoes of Just Stop Oil, isn't it? I mean, Just Stop Oil would argue that we do want to stop the highway. But you know what I mean? Like, it's echoes, like, they don't argue you want to stop ambulances, but we need to change the ambulances onto a more sustainable method, otherwise we're destroying the planet, and we all need, like, the whole of Earth needs an ambulance, so what's a waste of time driving ambulances around? But here, like, I understand, like, not all protests can be as useful. I don't know what the word is. Like, if you were trying to get through in your car, you'd be well eggy about this, but what I'm saying is the protesters have been forced to become more ingenious because the police wouldn't let them do the first protest of just standing in the road and saying no thank you trucks. So like they will continue to become more ingenious. Like protests, not like you're not going to have a fascist state just lock down and shut down. I say lock down, like don't get me started on that because people are going to think I'm trying to go political on that, and I'm not. Like, you know, you're not going to get a fascist state be able to tell people what to do in terms of like, oh God, I wish I hadn't said lockdown now because it's going to bring into question all these like daft people who thought like spreading a virus around was a good idea. Anyway, the point is, if the majority of people are mobilised to come out and protest against something, you're not going to be able to just shut them down with the police, because the police should be policing for the people, and the people will then just become more ingenious about the ways they protest. Like, that's what protest is. So if you say we're not going to allow you to do it, then it's going to get arguably, I don't want to say worse, but like different, and it's still going to exist. You just can't do it in the way they've done this. But yeah, this is an example of it, of like people just changing their methodology based on the police changing methodology. As you just saw, the police were being very, very effective. Well, now there's some new obstacle for them.
And we'll actually move it for you. Go and stand there and you will be arrested.
I assume the man driving the truck is called Tim, as the crowd just burst out into "Well done, Tim." Again, very British. There's a guy here in his tweed jacket and his V-neck. Like, you know, this is just the people in the 90s, just out on the street, just like, you know, making their voices heard, aren't they?
Hello everybody, this is Tilly speaking.
There's Tilly.
Well, thank you all for coming, for sticking by us, but I think we should let the police do their job now. They've come here to knock you about. Let them do it. Come on. Let them knock you about.
Where's the Red Cross? I want the Red Cross. I want to get the knife before I do anything. What about Tim? What about
I really like, I mean, obviously we've learned about gold, silver, bronze operational now. Like, look at my IPC report, Nicola Bulley stuff. So none of these people are equipped with the, like, they're all police people. Like, they're all police, but not, like, there's a new obstacle in the road. It's a car. Someone's left it parked there, or they might even be sat in it. But like, none of them are equipped with the, like, they can't make the call to go and do something about it. So what's happening at this point is someone's radioing into Silver. Silver's asking God, you know, someone's trying to work out, what are we going to do with this? And when they work it out, they'll go into operation. But all of these people stood around, like, they're all police professionals, yeah? But in this system of policing the public en masse like this, they just stand there and wait to be told what to do by the man above, the person above. Like, they just stand there like dummies, don't they? Like, they don't have any individual autonomy. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing necessarily. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not sure about that. I mean, I can understand it as police practice, but the inability for them to have any, like, personal discretion in this, like, in this situation, it means that nobody's done anything about this. But in another, I mean, there's obviously two more senior police people deciding what to do about it. But like, in another operational situation setting, like, you know, on the front line with these, like, they're just grabbing hold of these people and manhandling them out of the way and doing all this stuff, because it's the same thing as, there's a thing for it, there's a name for it, like, because it's what's his name now? Basically, if you just fall into line and get told what to do and follow orders, it's just following orders, so you're not personally responsible for it. You can just act out the orders. And so these chuffers have given up their, you can see it in action here, they've given up personal responsibility even as police people. Let the higher ups decide what to do, and then we'll just get told what to do and we'll just do it. And there's a massive danger in that, like I said, because online frontline situation, you might need to have your discretion. You might need to enact things, to do things with your discretion, because they're going to come up and be different, these situations. And you can't just say, well, I just grabbed hold of them and shifted them anyway because that's what we were told, huh? Well, you can do that, and that's how the way it worked, but it's an interesting aspect of this. And the name's going to come to me in a minute. Dude did loads of studies on it. It's the Stanford prison experiments, whether you just follow orders. It's the electrocution experiments, whether you just follow orders. It's not Bertrand Russell. I want to say Bertrand Russell because it's philosophy. Stanley Milgram. Stanley Milgram studied this, and the reason he studied it is because he wanted to study why the Nazis were quite capable of just putting people on trains and then ferrying them off to their death. He's studying fascism, he's studying the Nazis post-war. Again, I feel like today's episode is kind of poignant on D-Day. Like, we stand against this behaviour of becoming a fascist group of people who are going to enact a swathing, grab people up and shift them on, and we sort of stand against what, I just following orders and I'm just doing what I'm told, and sorry if it's your nan, I've got her in a headlock. We sort of stand against that. That's what Stanley Milgram sort of, we can talk about Milgram another day, I guess, but the idea that you would just follow orders, it's it's kind of dangerous in certain situations, and it shows how the police system of organising the crowd, like I said, there are some positives to it on operational situations where you've got a large crowd. There are some positives, but what it does is it removes personal responsibility, or even the sense of personal autonomy, from the on the beat Bobby, the on the line, but whatever you call them, by the average policeman on the lower end, by the bronze people who are literally just going to stand there and watch something happening and say, that's not up to me. Wait till if you tell me to get the man in the car by a headlock, I'll get him by the headlock. But until you tell me what to do, I'm just going to watch it happening because I'm the police and I have no fucking mind. And it works because these are the mind. The bronze are not the mind. The gold are the mind, and the silver are the telling the people what the mind says and telling you what to do. And this lot are the arms and the legs, aren't they? So it works in some aspects, but not here.
Into this car.
Yeah, we understand that. We're aware of that. Thank you.
Sorry, sir?
Bravo, already at Delta Bravo.
The proposition at the moment is that we can get your vehicle moved out of the road without any damage caused to it. Just get out of the car, sir. Sorry, we're not into that at the moment. We're not playing.
There are a number of moments, aren't there, that scream Britishness, but this man bringing cups of tea on a tray to the people that are in the situation.
Don't forget after this. Hang on to your action, we'll go after yours. What do we want? Animal rights! You're not going to
Getting some eggy people now. I don't know what the system is with the bibs and stuff, but as I say, I believe there are some police that do the dragging off and the arresting, and there are some others that do the lining of the streets, and they don't tend to mix the roles, I don't think. Toot toot toot. She's got a banger of a shell suit on. What colour was your shell suit? Same. I think what we move on to now... Yeah, okay, what we move on to now is, you know, remember in the video that we saw at the start, some of you might have joined since then, but there's a lady that wrote for, I think she wrote for Brookside as well, but she wrote the Liver Birds, and she's, like, campaigned for animal rights. So she turns up in solidarity. Like. Quite a lot of this, you see the press, you know, quite a lot of this are photo opportunity event, like, sort of things. I say that, quite a lot of these are opportunities for the press to turn up and take photos. This is a photo op, some of this, like, not a bad one, but like she's there to actually get this in the media and do that, so the media are all turned up. Again, if you live in this area, like, again, it's quite a big media event, maybe.
My little leader. Got it? You done it.
Again, I need to investigate further and deeper, don't I? But she's involved in the Labour movement in some way, for sure.
Make sure I live in the Tory land.
Because he mentions Tories. Like.
My MP don't like me.
He says, my MP don't like me.
Thank you.
Yes, that's what
My
we
daughter
need.
done that for us.
Very good, very good.
I think somebody's watching you.
I think so.
Mate.
Hello,
Thank you for coming. We round about kitchen and take
And you see, this is that town hall that we saw earlier when they were doing the religious meeting outside.
Oh dear.
We're going down to
This is smaller numbers now, but like I say, I think it's more of a media photo opportunity that she's come, and it's not like as big a, like, because the trucks aren't there, they're not doing that, it's different, like. And I think this is the owner of the port, I think.
Shame on you!
Or I think it's the port.
Mr. Mills! Millsy! Oh, yeah. Brave man behind. Come on, Mr. Mills! Shame on you! Come on, Phil! Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you!
Mr. Mills!
Shame on you!
That dude shouted, Mr. Mills. Mr. Mills. Shame on you, Mr. Mills. Shame on you, Mr. Mills.
Tell your children what you do.
Tell your children what you do.
Shame on you.
Shame on you.
Tell your children what you do.
Everything has to be a song for that guy.
Shame on you. What are you all standing there for?
Tell your children what you do, Mr. Cruelty. Shame on you.
It is a bit of a weird thing, this, because it's clearly, like I said, a media can, you know, like they filmed it, they've done that, like, but there's not the number of people to be doing big chants and stuff like that, and we're not really having a rally, so we're just like here at this thing doing this sort of photo op. So it's a funny vibe, but she's there lending her authority and voice to this. They're getting the media thing, like, it's good. Like, she's in that piece of media that we watched at the start, like we said, you know, she was talking about it, so like important. And, you know, very grateful to her to come and do this and raise its profile like this. Big ups, Curious Cat. Welcome to member.
Hey, good morning! Come on! Where are you? Everybody going?
That was a new voice.
She kind of has the status of almost like celebrity status as well, doesn't she? Like, hang on, let me just find out. Let me be respectful. Writers the Liver Birds. Is it Carla Lane? Carla Lane, isn't it? That's what I'm looking at, isn't it? It's her with the animals there. She died aged 87. Yeah, it must be her, mustn't it? Like big respect, Carla Lane, basically, you know.
Shame on all of you.
Shame on
you. Shame. Trade. Shame on you. We bring you a message from Shoreham. We will not give up. And when we finish at Shoreham, we'll be here. We will not let this happen. Listen to us. We will not let it happen.
Yes, you could stop this.
You can do it. We don't want to harm anybody.
You
we don't want to harm animals. We certainly don't want to harm people. Please.
You wanted to harm me a fortnight ago at home.
Now, unlike earlier when someone said, like, you know, you wanted to go at that man's house and threaten him, and they went, no, we didn't, and it was a bit Monty Python. This is a bit more serious. This is the way they criminalised the protesters, is because the protesters, some of them apparently, went a bit far in attacking the people that were involved in this process. People get really eggy about it, yeah? I don't know the ins and outs of every case, so I'm not going to comment on any of that really at the moment. I think it's a net negative if people do criminal acts upon these people, because as a net negative, what happens is the act of protesting against the animal, like, you know, they basically, and we're going to talk about this in a future episode, so I'm going to get my ducks in order and talk about it properly so I know what I'm talking about. But the act of protesting against the food chain, of like becoming a, like, we criminalise these people by turning them into terrorists. It's the same nice people who are doing the right thing here. They become criminals because we make laws. I say we. What gets the result of this sort of stuff is that those laws get passed where, you know, where you're not allowed to, and I think the pharmaceutical companies get the same benefit, you know, like, of people disrupting the food chain is a worse crime than just doing a protest. And some people have actually ended up in prison for several years. Like, what ended up happening to fix this problem from the government side of things was to criminalise animal rights protesters as much as they can to get them binned off and locked up. And the main ones that were binned off and locked up, you know, you get a few of them binned off and locked up, and it reduces the problem, and it, like, you know, it sort of breaks it down from, like, you break down the protesters instead of changing the things that they're protesting about. You understand what I'm saying? So, yeah.
No. You've got the power to stop. Who was that even?
So I'm not advocating for attacking this man in his home, right? I'm not advocating for that. Also, I would temper that with, we do know, and this is another episode that I'm going to have to do, you know, got things lined up, but we do know that through things like Operation Steak Knife recently being exposed, that quite high, I mean, just very quickly, just to prove what I'm saying, just Google Operation Steak Knife. So this guy was in the IRA and he was a spy from the army, but he did also conduct violence upon people, like break the law, you know, do bad things, maybe even further than that. So, like, I'd like to talk about that as a you know, maybe not that particular. Anyway, the point I'm making is that with the animal rights protests is that not everyone is who they seem, and it was factually proven that agents, am I saying the right word? People infiltrated the animal rights, and they weren't real animal rights protesters. They were on that sort of other tip. So, all that goes on as a bigger conversation, I guess. Like, look out for that in the future here, I suppose. But initially, what we're saying here is that the early instigation of this, I don't think it's right to attack people in their homes. And what it does is it gives these people the right, or the premise. When we look at Richard Otley's story, which we have done on this channel, he had a porter cabin on his property, he had shotguns, he had, this is all his security stuff, shotguns, dogs, lights, like, it's almost like he was running some sort of, like, massive crime empire, and he had to have all these weaponry like a mafia lord or something, you know, like, all this protection at his property. And maybe he did need all that protection from animal rights people, maybe, or maybe he wanted that protection from criminal gangs, I don't know. But, like, you know, if you have the, legitimacy, if you're the people in this situation and you can say we're being attacked in our homes, then it gives you the legitimacy to defend yourself, doesn't it? So like that's an issue, and I think I'm not going to advocate for attacking them, and nor would these people, but there's a whole deeper conversation about that to be had.
I've not been here before, but you have the power to stop.
I have not got the power.
You could have
I have not got the power.
But I'm sure you would.
Pardon?
Would you let us help you buy out the
The contract doesn't come into it.
The contract does come.
So he was with the port, wasn't he? And
Really be standing here and You all. The only thing is that I have thought for such a long time, and the good thing about seeing you all is that I don't feel alone anymore. I feel as though I'm not an eccentric idiot, the way people have described me. I feel that there are millions more like me, and that between us we'll finish the trade. And when we finish this trade, we'll move on.
Yeah.
Because there are other things, other dreadfulnesses that are going on, all for money. And it's got to stop. The time has come for the animals. And remember what Gandhi said when he was asked, why fight for the animals? He said, I'm tending to the roots. And I think that describes it perfectly. We have a bad world. It's a rotten world. And we're all looking for something pure.
this is so British as well. Right, we've done it then. We've come here. We've said the thing. We've done the video. Guess we'll all just turn around and go home then. And like, obviously some of these people might have done far more determined protests in their time. And I'm so proud of, what did I just say her fucking name was? Carla Lane. No, I think Carla Lane did so much good. I should investigate her life and story more, I guess. And to have her in this, you know, to have her at the front like that, was big for these people, and they felt they'd done good that day, you know. So God rest her soul. Shouts out Carla Lane again. Yeah.
Oh, you got your damn
Where am I to?
Where am I to? Where am I to? As in, where am I going now? Listen, we're at 3 hours 20. There's 37 minutes left in here, and I said I'd let it roll, and we're going to get to the end of it because I want it all in one complete episode. I need to pause and talk, but the more I do that, the longer it gets. So I'm going to let it roll as much as I can. I'm just going to let it roll, and if it's something important I need to pick out, I'll pick it out.
I think it arises out of the disillusion which everybody now has with the party political process and the government process. We know now that only people can make things happen, that politicians don't make things happen in the right way. And so people are taking action themselves.
I'm immediately going to pause it to say, if you were a politician, you heard that man say that, you would be worried about the state of society, wouldn't you? And you'd be interested in controlling people more. And that's not a good thing. What they should have done is listened to the people more and done what they fucking wanted. So now police come equipped with the ability to remove the cars. You see how they all go into action now? Like before, it was cars parked in the road are a problem, everything comes to a standstill. Now, next protest we come to when there's cars, we've got that in order now. Bang, let's move them. So this is evolving sense of police versus people. This evolving sense of like dealing with the problems, the obstacles that are in their way. But the obstacles that are put in the police's way are by the people. It's a very strange sort of dynamic, isn't it? As this progresses in this next sequence, you get to see the more ugly side of the policing. I always wonder if you spot any faces in the crowd, you know, shout them out. If anyone's watching this and they think that they'd really like to, you know, talk to me because they're involved in it and they were there or anything like that, they've got memories, I'd love to have them on and talk to them, you know. I've got an email address, truebinaural@outlook.com. Or just ask Over and Dolly's mum about it in a comment. She'll do it. Thanks very much to Over and Dolly's mum for being my mod. The ugly policing comes a bit later, actually. This all seems quite congenial, doesn't it? And again, I'm reiterating, but, you know, this is the truth of the matter, is it's just a lot of different people from all through society, isn't it? And they're not causing a big problem and disruption. They just want this thing to stop, so they've all come out to have their voices heard. And I guess there's this uneasy now. People have understood the police are going to move us forward. We're going to walk slowly. Like not instead of everyone getting arrested and all this. Like, you know, like we all sort of fall into. I say we. You know, society sort of has fallen into an uneasy compromise here, haven't they? And it's just happening. Like. Because like we're quite civilised in the UK, like, do you know what I mean? We're quite decent people in the main, I believe.
The human element. Quick film.
I don't know why that's happening. I recorded this on my old computer, Gravekipper, the name that you saw in the top right was my old stream name before I was Super Chuffer. Only for a little bit. That was just a bug in the recording. Many, many faces again.
Oh, look, here we go.
There's a face. Don't really get a good look at it, but there's a face. You know, there are some guys in this talking about a certain someone who lived down the road and around the corner. There are some people who have sent me little screen grabs. Is this him? Is that him? I've looked at a couple of screen grabs. I'm not committed enough to say it is, but, you know. Yeah, confusion in chat. What I said was, if someone's watching this, I mean, it's probably in a comment because, like, I said if someone wants to get in contact with me in order to come on the show and talk about these events, if they lived these events and were there at the time, the best way to do it in a comment is to ask for my email address, and probably in a comment at you and ask you for my email address. That's all. I don't know what the inflation rate means, but back then it was £1 million. Like, you know, it would probably cost in excess of 4 times that now, wouldn't it, to do this? I don't know what the, you know, but it was quite costly to police this in this way.
Sir, you guys, please, sir. Go to the side. Sir, move to the side of the road. Thank you. All right. If you move over, please. Make this space. I want you to go to the side of the road.
Young lady here.
I'm on the side of the road.
Move to the pavement. You're in the way. Get onto the pavement. We could walk. You can walk and
I don't know. Listen, it's probably wishful thinking for me to think you'd get a shot of just Nicola Bulley being at the protest, isn't it? Like,
get onto the pavement.
I'm on the side of the road.
Move to the pavement. You're in the way. Get onto the pavement. We could walk. You can walk at a reasonable pace. Don't confuse yourself.
We can only walk.
You will be arrested. Yes, well, you're on the reasonable pace, so you move to the side. Move left, please.
and would I know exactly what she looked like when she was 17?
We can only walk.
It's probably not her, is it?
We could walk. You can walk at a reasonable pace. Don't confuse yourself.
We can only walk.
You will be arrested. Yes, well, you're on the reasonable pace, so you move to the side. Move left, please.
Which side are you on?
Your legs, don't come running to me.
Mind you, stranger things happen, don't they? Because I did think I got quite, you know, you see in the pictures that I drew out of this and put on Nicola Bulley case solved. Like, I trust that with more eyes on these sort of topics, with more interest in the history of the time and the place that she grew up, we might get more enlightenment as to things, I guess.
Keep yourselves moving, ladies and gentlemen, please.
I was singling her out because I just thought she might look a bit like Nicola Bulley, and you know, did she? I don't know. No.
Jacket. Will you start moving, please?
Oh, why was I, or was the police singling her out? Sorry, why was the police singling her out? Because, yeah, because they're the police.
All right, madam, start moving. Start moving a bit quicker on the left. Madam, are we talking to you? If you continue to push it, you will be arrested. Can you people on the left start moving a bit quicker, please? Don't mess about with you, I'm telling you, that's your walking. Hey? You are walking. You're not making... To the side. More? I can't move to the side. Push the cameraman out of the way. Yeah, I can see that. These women are probably...
Bluchy Queen, Tommy Robinson's not welcome here, and nor is the mention of him. So I'm just going to remove your comment. But if you want to come out with any Tommy Robinson shit, then be welcome to be banned.
More vulnerable.
Stop pushing, nobody will fall.
Stephen Yaxley Lennon, isn't it?
Are you answering your own questions again, man? All right, that's fine.
go that way, please, madam. Don't swing your arms, you should get yourself arrested.
Like I said, this process now is an operation where people are dragged through the front line into the melee at the back, but like one at a time, individuals that are difficult can be dragged out and dragged through and processed, but the line keeps moving everyone forward and the V shape keeps pushing them out to the side. So mind you, it is a peaceful protest, so people are quite happy just peacefully to walk along and protest, aren't they?
Yes, thank you.
Either side of the road now, please. Thank you.
What's your language?
There's two Welshman in here, they can form a choir.
I wonder what Jamie Lagdon's doing now. Did a little sign himself there,
A
H6.
free donut! When do we want it now? What do we want? A free donut! When do we want it now?
They actually do get free donuts. So shouts out for the free donut.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you. Can I ask you please to turn and to start your protest in an orderly manner? Thank you. If you could start walking towards the docks, please. Thank you.
Here it's basically caught on camera, isn't it? That the people were happy to do as instructed and to start walking, but the police are going to just start pushing them from behind. And like anyone that doesn't like this process of being pushed from behind is going to become a problem person, essentially, and then they get removed. It's all old ladies, look. Well, it's not all old ladies, it's a total mix and mash of people, but like this little group.
That is for your own safety. Thank you for your cooperation. Thank you.
Come to the side of it, man. Please. Thank you. My friend. This is my friend.
You want help? I jump over.
Well done, mate. What do we want? Animal rights. When do we want them? Now. What do we want? Animal rights. Now. Slow down.
You missed.
Who's that lady giving the wave?
You missed.
Who's that? I don't know, but she give us a wave, eh? She gets captured on there forever, and like I pause it and talk about it years to come. Give us a wave. You missed. I wonder what they missed.
You missed.
I'm persisting with this because there is only like 20 minutes left of it, and the policing gets a bit more aggressive towards the end when they do a sit-in. But essentially, you know, this section feels like much the same, but different people in the crowd. You know, it's worth skimming through them, I guess, for those that are really committed. And it's absolutely charting the evolution of it as well, because the first protests we saw down these same streets were much more disorganised and chaotic, weren't they? And now the whole process is like a process. The people turn up, they walk down, the police push them, we get it through, we get the trucks through, move on. And like things have become more formalised, even organised from both sides, I suppose. Like the police certainly seem to have their operational organisation about them a bit more, don't they?
This is where they call us.
About this.
It is worth noting that these situations can quite easily... Big ups, thank you.
Matt sent tippies. Love your content, Scott, and glad to catch you live. What's the date of this footage? Missed the start, Matt.
This is the Battle of Brightlingsea.
Super Tougher owes 5 hugs.
Thank you very much for the 5 hugs. This is Battle of Brightlingsea 1995, mid-90s. And I was just going to say, like, these situations, like a little bit of pushing and shoving, some stampede situation, these can suddenly get out of hand and turn like quite bad, as we've seen in more, you know, as time has moved on. So it's not a powder keg, this situation necessarily, but I understand that the viewing of it from a a step back perspective by those that are in social or think they should enact social control. It's quite a critical moment during the late 80s. When was the miners' strikes? You know, from the miners' strikes onwards, I would say. The miners' strikes were a specific political and I'd say local, you know, specific thing. This is a more almost sort of random, and I want to say national, because the word live animal export, national, because the word live animal export protests all over the country in different places, but it raises this other deeper question. It raises 2 deeper questions. One, the food supply. Is everyone happy with it? Like, not necessarily, you know, veganism as a concept, whatever. Like, the landowners, the farmers obviously are happy with it. Like, you know, the big money makers on the kill chain end and the exporters are happy with it. Are all the people? I don't know. And then the other big question it raises is, what if everyone's not happy with something? Should they all just go back in their house and be pushed out of the road? Because what? Like, it's all before mobile phones as well, isn't it? It's a little snapshot of our time and our society.
Thank you.
Baseball cap.
I guess I take a lot of this for granted, but there's so much Britishness in all of this, in the behaviour of the police, in the trucks, the people, the way they shout and like don't get out of hand and do behave, and you know, self-police as a group, like, you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of I don't know, yeah. I've mentioned it a few times, you know, when that man brought the cups of tea out and whatever, like this is a very British protest movement and response.
Shame on you! 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 Now! I'm right! Now!
Okay, so this is what I felt was coming, is that we're moving to the final phase of this documentation of the Battle of Brightlingsea, and it becomes more, again, like chaotic in a battle towards the end in a few aspects, because people decide to sit in. They've decided that this process has now become a, you know, repeating process. They just move us down the road, so they're going to take an extra step, and that's to sit down, and the police won't have it. So.
They have just dragged my daughter from the bank. They just have. Scared the life.
Keep walking, please, ladies and gentlemen. Both sides of the road, please keep moving forward. Thank you.
What do we want? Now! What do we want? Animal rights! What do we want? Now! What do we want? Animal rights! What do we want? Now! What do we want? Animal rights! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Animal rights! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? What do we want? Animal rights! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Animal rights! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Animal rights! When do we want it?
Listen, they're doing a lot of shouting and it's starting to give me a bit of a headache, but I've got to persist with it. I would like to also say Animal Equality are an organisation that fight for animal rights. Like, if you're watching this and you're just thinking like you agree with the people who are doing this, then like, you can get involved and you can just go and fight for animal rights. Like, you can support the people that fight for animal rights. I'll endeavour to do more content that talks to people like this, but you know, whichever organisation you feel most comfortable with. In the UK, we also have the RSPCA, the Royal Society for the Protection of Cruelty to Animals. But I see people like this, grassroots movements like Animal Equality, doing really good work. So, you know, it still goes on. Earlier on today on Twitter, we were talking about Sea Shepherd. You know, you can get involved. Like, it's not out of the realm of possibility that you can change the world a little bit yourself. Like, to be part of it, to help the change, to be seen to stand for something, you know.
5, 6, 7, 8, animal army in a break. 5, 6, 7, 8, 5, 6, 7, 8, animal army in a break. 1, 2, 3, 4, now army to the front. 5, 6, 7, 8, animal army in a break.
She goes, they'll all be on the bloody dole this time next year.
Mr.
Clear off, John.
Stupid.
Sit down in this
The chat's out, yeah. Chat's out, I was muted. I wasn't muted for that long. All I said was there's Tilly, didn't I? Or was I muted for the forcibly... Did I say it takes a special person forcibly? How long was I muted? Ah, it doesn't matter. Basically, all I said was, it takes a special person to work for the police. There are some very good police. It also takes a special person to forcibly remove someone like Tilly. There's Tilly. Tilly got forcibly removed. They've got a policeman with a camera, right? And he's pointing it down at Tilly, right? It was ages. Don't worry, I wasn't saying much when I was muted. I was eating my thingy bar, so I've been on stream for quite a long time today, and I just needed to eat a thingy bar. I'm not promoting any particular brand, but this is vegan, so the forcible removal of Tilly is accompanied by a police officer with a camera. Tilly's a big member of this protest movement. Like, she's quite a front centre person, and they've documented it with this camera. Later on, you see a camera being used as well by the police. And again, we're looking at an evolution in a very short space of time of protester policing, and it's evolved since then, of course, far further forward than this. But the use of the camera now comes in as a big important device, and later on you'll see a policeman pointing a camera as if it's a weapon at people, But in this sequence, mainly it's about grabbing hold of people and removing them. Again, you see what could be the makings of violence breaking out, and it's created by the police's action. Like, obviously the people have acted and created a demonstration, and then the police have come. It's the moment they step over the line, the police, and start grabbing hold and doing this, the people then start getting aggravated themselves, don't they? There's a lot to take out of this. Obviously, we've moved on a lot since, like I said, so protests and policing have moved on a lot, but this is why they called it the Battle of Brightlingsea, I believe. Those earlier videos that we saw of the more aggressive protests at the start and the bigger numbers, and now this final sort of phase. Yeah. So I think after this, I don't know what, it was mad cow disease stopped it. The protests continued, but this particular video, this is the final phase of this protest. I think after this, probably, the police have just sort of said and stamped their authority on it to the point where you can continue to protest, but you will simply be dragged out and removed and arrested. So again, another uneasy balance is formed between people continuing to protest but not overstepping the line where they can actually do something about the thing they're protesting, because the police will arrest them. And then we move on to the bigger concepts about animal rights and protest, which I'm not going to do today, obviously. But as I said, this is groundwork for what becomes Peter Folding. Like, if anyone's, because it's a long episode today, I just, keep reiterating this. Peter Folding and his protester removal business, which is a private company working alongside, I suppose, the police, which are not a private company, they're a public service. Huntington Life Sciences on his CV there, Peter Folding. That story's folded into the Nicola Bulley story. It's not a repeating theme in this Brightlingsea documentary, but Nicola Bulley's dad's business, or he was the director of this business, MPG Worldwide Logistics, at the time that this was going on. And my guess is that a logistics company that do international shipping to Europe, that specialise in that truck haulage, all that, I'd have thought that he would have had something to say about this, like, if not be part of it. And then we had that video, in the video, like, of him driving a truck earlier, I think, on the news, and Peter Folding in this video at the Battle of Brightlingsea. So, from what I can see, looking at the video of it, in my opinion, that dude with the dreads made me think about a Swampy. You know, at some point we should talk Swampy, shouldn't we? It seems that Peter Folding and Swampy are big mates now, but... Again, there's a lot of presence of young people, aren't there? You know. I mean, specifically if you live in this estate, you know, if you live here, like, and this is going on outside your door and you're young, you're out there getting amongst it, aren't you? We're reiterating the point about where we are in the world, Southwood and Ferrers and this area of the world. Marsh Farm's on it now. Get rid of that. It is up the road, so it's not literally on the doorstep, Brightlingsea. But I wonder if Southwood and Ferrers had similar issues. You know, I'd have to look into that, I suppose. But yeah, if I was 17 and I lived over here and that was happening up the road, it would definitely be of interest to me, I think. Like, surely everyone would have been abuzz talking about it in the area. Have you heard about the protests? Have you, did you go up? Did your friends go up? Have you know anyone that, and all that sort of stuff?
Pigs behind them. The trouble with Piggy and Perky was they only had 4 legs, right, between them. Right? But the piggies behind, they had about 500. And this was the trouble. Because 2 pig power doesn't even...
There's a little face, isn't there? I don't know about this guy. I don't know if he counts as a sort of friendly looking face. You know, it's a bit blurry, isn't it? But this is a friendly looking face, isn't it? It's kind of friendly looking face. It's hard to see, isn't it? It's not anyone I recognise, is it? It's not. I don't know. Like, I don't know. You'd have to look through it yourself and tell me what you think in chat and in comments. Friendly looking face, though. Should I just screenshot that face? Just in case. That's Phil Collins. Dude with the haircut there, the curtains, fully, like, fully cool dude with the haircut. This guy's got the bomber jacket, 1995. Who was that then doing the yelling? Here's this dude as well doing the yellies. Like, they're all here, aren't they? All these little faces. I don't know who anyone is. Sorry, I think because I've been on this now, right? Listen, honestly, this is now 4 hours we've covered, and I did a 2.5 hour show before this, leading up to it, to get my ducks in order as to what I was going to think and talk about. Now my brain's going with all the shouting and yelling of it. I've got to push through and do the last 10 minutes. But my commentary and my react has depleted to the point where I'm like, look at their face. They've got an interesting face. But in a way, like, I should, you know, I'm not going to critique the media here, because like, this is a really good documentary documenting this stuff, yeah. But it's unlike other documentaries of a more sophisticated nature, where they would have interviewed a load of people and intercut with this footage and the different footage. There's been really some interesting sequences, and it kind of peters out towards the end, I guess. But there have been some really interesting sequences at the start, haven't there? Like, actually, I think we've only got like 5 minutes left on it. And there are some really important things that they've documented. Looking back on it, maybe like, they've done a really good job. Maybe a few more voices in it would have helped us, you know, to tell what was going on and to describe in interviews and stuff like that. But it's a really good piece, isn't it? And it's of its time, and it absolutely just makes sure that it's got it on video in an age before everyone was filming everything on their phone. Like, the one thing you don't see here in the crowd from anyone is a mobile phone, is it? It's just like, it's just a different world almost. Well, it is, isn't it? It's the past. So, welcome to the past. It doesn't seem so long ago to me, but... feels very familiar to me. Tell you what, faces in the crowd, if anyone could take a screenshot and show me and say, this is so-and-so, and look, they're in the Nicola Bulley situation these days, I'm well interested, yeah. Right, if you've watched this and you've got an eagle eye and you're a face spotter. Look, there's Bora. It was just the moustache. That was all, the moustache. Anyway, look, there's a little scuffle breaking out. Police are doing the conga now. Let's all have a disco. Let's all have a disco. La 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 la, hey, la 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 la, hey. There's the camera again, being held up, now used as an instrument by the police. Before they didn't have it at the very start of this whole process. Now they do, constant, consistent, got the big camera. Another load of trucks come through. And this, I'm reiterating my point here, but like, this is something that concerns me about this whole process, is that I understand that there's been a protest, the trucks need to get through, but you're now the police force, but you're making sure these trucks absolutely get through. Like, you're absolutely making... So if anyone were to smuggle anything on these trucks, it would be a huge irony, wouldn't it, that the police had ferried them through and made sure they get... Like, none of these police are checking what's on the trucks, necessarily. They're not concerned with... The trucks are the things they're defending and making sure they get through. So they're not policing the people who drive the trucks and the trucks, are they? Like, they're trying to make sure that these people stop getting in the way of the trucks and get out of the way of the trucks. So I just wonder whether there's any scrutiny on what's on board the trucks to any great extent. I know it's live animal export, but like, if they were to use it for any sort of smuggling, wouldn't it be a massive irony that the police had sort of or most of them unbeknown. Like maybe some members of certain agencies might know a bit more, but like, you know, most of them unbeknownst to them were ferrying across and ensuring the safe passage of illicit goods. Like, that would be a funny story. You're doing the yelling now again. It doesn't really help, does it, the relationship between the police and the community? Like events like this, inspired by the people came out and said they didn't want this bad thing to happen, they thought it was bad. Now the police do this. It doesn't seem quite in fair balance, and it doesn't endear them to the community.
Tell you what, you love it, don't you? You really love this lot. Not the few old people, though. Shut up, we don't want you here. We don't want you here.
That's a very orange coat. That's a very orange coat. I can't let that pass. I can't do that as commentary. It's not good enough. Like, this is dragging a little bit towards the end, I suppose, because it's the same footage sort of repeated now, but it's worth us just recording it, just going through it. There's another arrest towards the end. You know, faces in the crowd. It's worth us just persisting with this just towards the end. I'm not really aware of exactly what Banksy did on this, but...
Keep walking at the front, please, ladies and gentlemen. Please keep moving. Thank you. Please keep moving, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Looking after so well.
I suppose after you've watched this for an hour and so, or longer, now that I've been doing it tonight, you know, this particular stream now is coming on over 4 hours, but it becomes almost like normalised in your mind, doesn't it? Well, these people are marching, the police, the trucks, but it's absolutely extraordinary for small towns in the UK to have this going on, or to have had this going on, isn't it, really? Like, the volume of people, the levels of political conflict over something relatively straightforward, like where you get your food from. Now, bearing in mind, if this wasn't going through this small port, these animals would still be going somewhere. Like, that wasn't really the anger of the people so much as the problem is that they're shipping them and moving them for, you know, they don't want that extra cruelty, but when confronted with it, they don't like it. But yeah, anyway, go vegan anyway, isn't it? Who's this now all doing some running?
So
These ladies are giving the police the right load of shit, aren't they? And the drivers of the trucks. Like, there's a lot. Like, you got to consider this as well. Like, in relation to the Nicola Bulley thing, I might just, you know, it's of my opinion that if you're organised in a logistics company and all that, you know, this resentment from the community towards these companies, these people that are driving the trucks, you know, like, it's an interesting aspect of it, isn't it? I always wonder what prompted the move from South Woodman Ferrers to Lancashire. Like, I mean, it doesn't directly coincide, like, the timeline, you know. Like I said, I'm interested in what you're saying about Banksy there. Like, I'm obviously interested in this protest about the animal rights. I'm interested in animal rights protest and how it was criminalised. That's an actual, you know, thing. But it's a layer cake, because if Peter Folding's on the scene running his company here, doing this, if Ernest Bulley's involved companies-wise, you know, if his company's involved, I can't guarantee that tie. I'm just, you know, for me, it's like, I don't know, logistics, logical. I don't know. Like, but it's about this layer cake of networks and processes going on that wouldn't matter if Peter Folding hadn't turned up on the scene to search for Nicola Bulley and also been captured in this film policing this event. Seemed to be captured in this film policing this event. So I am interested in, just like, I see what you're saying about the Banksy stuff, you know, I am interested in that, but I think this is like the foundation. I think Nicola Bulley is, I should say this, I suppose, like, might have said it earlier on the other thing that's going to go as supplementary content as well, but I think Nicola Bulley is like a linchpin in all this. Like, you know, if you find out what happened to Nicola is to uncover layers of the layer, you know, the layer cake is to uncover these different concepts and drives from all these different people around that led to her disappearance and death. I think, you know, I think she might not be just a random occurrence, or yeah.
What are here? I'm sorry if they're here. These animals are going to have 6 months of hell. 6 months of torture. Go on, get another one.
And of course, thankfully now, due to the King's decree banning live animal exports, which, like, I think it was talked about, it was tabled in Parliament before he banned it as well. Like, this has been a long time coming, but it was coming, so it's now been banned. That might have thrown a spanner in the works of anyone who was using it as a clandestine operation to move things across the border, if that was even the case. And there's the camera again, look. Now we've got cameraman, like a repeating theme now. And it's these days we've got body cam, and you hope they damn well do, because you want them, they want that on. You know, don't you? Like, we've got our phones, they've got their body cams, but like, cameraman has now become an integral part of this policing the protest situation. It's interesting, isn't it? Like, little things that have changed from start to finish in here. Like,
Not to stand on the pavement. Wait, no, sorry, you have not warned me. No way. You just don't like it. It gets into your consciousness, doesn't it? Officer, nice officer, whatever you are. Does it get into your consciousness? All this cruelness, all this cruelty? We're all against cruelty. We were never against the police until you supported such cruelty. It has to stop.
again, it's a really interesting juxtaposition of someone who's able to absolutely articulate in very clear terms what the problems are. We're against cruelty. We weren't against the police until you stood alongside the cruelty. This has to stop. And the police's inability to do anything other than record her and hope to criminalise her.
Nice officer. Be very polite.
This guy's got all stickers on his face. I think it might be because they're recording them. I don't know why though. I mean, I do think it's an indelicate job the police have to do here, because they are asked to do their job, and it's a political decision as to how the job is done, above their pay grade, so to speak. It's very... well, it's just simply not going to happen, is it, that you're going to say to a police person on the street, well, I think that it should be done a bit differently, and they'll say, well, you know, you've made a very good argument there, I'm just going to change the way we do the law then. Like, they're just going to do what they're told, aren't they? But, yeah. Like, the next step for animal rights in the story is to take it to different places, to government, like, continue to protest. I mean, it's still going on today, isn't it? The government response is to criminalise. The Nicola Bulley story is that the players in the Nicola Bulley story, Peter Folding, if he's on the ground here dressed as a policeman, if that's not him, it's up to you to decide what you think of the video evidence. His story, of course, is that he uses situations like this, like that, and others, to establish himself as a protester extraordinaire remover, and to make money doing the job of removing the people. There's a long list of other protests that he's involved in removing on his website, but he took down the Huntington Life Sciences thing after I tweeted it, so I don't know what other ones he was involved in. So Peter Folding's made a sort of business out of that. The police operations have evolved as well, haven't they? And certainly protests have evolved, and the things people protest about have changed as well. As an election looms, I don't want these episodes that we do here. I want them to be evergreen, so that you can come back and watch this, you know, in 10 years' time, and it's an interesting piece that we've talked about. So I don't really want to say, oh, there's an election coming and da-da-da. But, you know, with things like that, like, we've already done, you know, Brexit is done, I suppose, isn't it? So our removal from the European system and whatever checks and balances that brought, and our ability to create our own laws, now that's in place. I don't think they were that keen to sort out immigration, because they didn't do fuck all about it. But certainly the ability to control the population in other ways, rights to protest, your rights, you know, maybe those are at stake, human rights, things like that. This is a story about that, really, isn't it? It's animal rights. They're protesting for animal rights, but the process of policing them becomes about their human rights, our human rights. Because despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Humans are animals too. And you might think that we're pretty clever and that we've got nice hats and a nice jacket, yeah? But actually, we're animals. Like, even the king shits. Like, we are animals. We're the most sophisticated, the most organised, the most creative, the most intelligent animals. So we shouldn't, in my opinion, treat other animals in this way. And I'm an animal that doesn't want to be treated in this way either. So.
Just got to hurry.
Human rights and animal rights, you know. Wasn't there someone who said you can judge a society by how it treats its animals? think you can judge a society by how it treats its people as well.
In my ear. Let the last one's out. I'll do it myself. I'm doing it myself. I'm
Side, please. Side, please.
But it's still dangerous. You chose to be still dangerous. You just obeyed the law.
Yeah, but let's go. Let's go. Right, yeah,
The end for now. Da-da-da. And that was courtesy of the channel that's linked in the description below. So that's the Battle of Brightlingsea. I am, to be honest, getting a headache from all the people shouting. I've watched it several times myself. It totally informed Nicola Bulley case solved, obviously. And I believe is part of the deeper layering of a story of our society. I need to do more work on this. We need to do more streams. We need to investigate more stuff, and then we need to bring it together as a more cohesive video with a bit of editing to say this, and this. But I hope you've enjoyed that today, like that look back into the past from an area of the world where Nicola Bulley grew up, a very important event socially that happened while she was a teenager. So I think it's important stuff, and if that really is Peter Folding, I'm really I just want to say I'm on the internet and I'm running my show, so what I want to say is that's Peter Folding because I can see it is, but I'm aware that if I say certain things in certain ways it might get me in trouble. But if that is Peter Folding there and he's on the scene doing this stuff and he's made his career out of it and he's got all these different jobs on the go, and Nicola Bulley goes missing, and her dad was also down there driving a truck, and Peter Folding turns up to search for her a week after she goes missing. It opens up a whole box of questions. It really opens up a whole massive box of questions if those are connections that are made about, in my opinion, once you've established the link of a sort of transit process. Like we're talking about trucks going over borders and stuff like that. It raises some more interesting questions, doesn't it? As to why someone like Nicola might suddenly go missing. End up dead. God rest her soul. Anyway. Anyone, any questions? I haven't thought of a way to sign off. 4.5 hours feels good to me. Well, to me personally, I'm getting a headache from all their shouting, like I said. It is important, though. This is like the backstory. It informs how I think about things, I guess. It's been good, though. It's been good. You can always come back to this and have a little watch through it, skim through it. You can always come back to this and watch the second half a bit. Check through those faces, see if you can think of something yourself. It is a real snapshot of our social history as well, that shouldn't be ignored and shouldn't be forgotten. Yeah, big ups ACW, big ups Lynn. Shouts out all you chuffers. There's the song. Like, really, maybe I should have made the thumbnail, I'll be honest about this, right? Maybe I should have made the thumbnail Tilly with the sticker on her mouth. I could always change that. But the question I've put in the video that we're doing now, the live stream, is, was this the reason he was looking for Nikki? And it makes me wonder if, you know, Brightlingsea, 1995, on the scene, involved, like, if he sees that Nicola Bulley goes missing, and he's got all this equipment, it might just be the equipment and the river search, you know. Or like, you know, Ernie Bulley, like, you know, a name from the past, a face from the past. Well, from the present still, he's still got a face, hasn't he? Up there in Lancashire, conducting his business. Social control. Peter Fording turns up anyway. So, was that the reason he was looking for Nikki? My question is, you know, when they we were told by Emma that she was the one, or that her and the family were looking on the internet. They found Peter Fording. He could find a little stone in the river, so they got in touch with him to try and get him on the scene to help find Nikki. That's what Emma's testimony was in the video, she said, yeah? And I said, well, either her or Paul is the one searching on the internet, because she's saying it and Paul is the one she's hanging around with on the day, the family, yeah? Like, she's not in there with Ernie and people like that, is she, Emma? She's there with Paul. So I'm saying at the time, like, Emma's saying that the family went on the internet and found Peter, yeah? And that's why he turned up. Like, that's their testimony, isn't it? That's what they've said. Well, not the whole family, just Emma, but, you know, that's where this has come from. I think Paul talked about Peter as well. I don't know if he outlined exactly who was the person that contacted whom first. Peter says, in his words, I'm paraphrasing, but Peter has said that, didn't he say he heard the family were trying to get in touch with him, so he contacted them? Or was that about a different case? I need to go back over Peter's question and answer, which is on our channel. So, you know, you don't need to worry about that ever getting taken down or put up or whatever. It's on our channel and my critique of it. But it does raise the question, if there's any past connections, why they weren't mentioned if he turned up. And if there were past connections, could that be the reason he was so interested in being on the scene, getting information from the police, relaying it to the family, talking to the family, hopefully bringing Nicola back, or returning her alive, having found her? Lots of questions, huh? But yeah, that's the question. Was this the reason he was looking for her? That set alarm bells in my mind, I suppose. So I seek to answer the question I was set as the thing. I'm not answering the question. I'm such a clickbaiting shitbag. But there's further streams, you know, there's further questions. I guess you have to make your own mind up, don't you, with this stuff on the internet. Do I think she was held to ransom or just murdered? If you go, okay, I'll answer that. That's a very good question. My belief is, if you look on the autopsy at the bruising on Nicola's arms and the damage to her face, if we were logical about the fact that she fell in the... Let's just say she fell in, right? She tripped, she fell in, bang. She's done the water and all that. How does the damage achieved? How is the damage achieved to her face? Is that the moment she falls in and she does that damage falling in face first? If so, the blood that is dribbled down and congealed that goes downwards from her nose towards the mouth, how does that happen? Because it wouldn't in the water flow downwards towards and congeal. So my guess, and for bruising as well, bruising takes place like at the moment of, but not after the event of death, because the blood doesn't flow to conduct the bruising. So like she needed to get these bruises on her arm a little before. And you know, to me, I'm saying the bruises on the arm, if you look back at the gin video, it's plausible that someone could have injected her with some sort of propanol. Am I getting my words right? You probably want to look back at the gin video to, you know, draw these inferences. But is it possible? Is it possible, I should say? Because I'm not doing the autopsy, and I didn't, you know, didn't get to see the full thing, did I? But like, is there a possibility that someone could have taken hold of her, not at the bench, but at the lower field, the further field where she's out of sight, moved her off and someone else took hold of the phone, walked it to the bench, left it there. You know, that's my feeling about those autopsy injuries and the other inferences that I made from the gin video, I suppose. The propanolol being in her... Like, she took a beta blocker called propanolol, apparently, but she'd given it up a long time ago, but apparently she'd started taking it again. I don't know how that breaks down in the system, and whether, if the markers for that are propanol, because it has the same chemical makeup as propanolol, which is the beta blocker she was taking, chemically is built from propanol. So, and that can be produced, like, you can get propanol from the gin distillery process. You know, I've said all this stuff in the gin video, you know, go and watch the gin video again, but yeah, so is that possible that she was held to ransom? Potentially, but held to ransom you would need like, normal people don't just get held to ransom, like, randomly, just for money. Like, if you want to just hold someone to ransom for money, you don't just go and pick some housewife, just on the random. You gotta hope that her husband's gonna come up with the fucking money, huh? And Paul didn't seem to be able to sell the house or, like, raise the money quickly. There was that GoFundMe, of course, wasn't there? There was the GoFundMe, which started out at a very, like, extortionate 100 grand or whatever, even though they didn't even know what had happened to her. The GoFundMe was sus, right? But if I also question Ernest Bulley's testimony in the interview that she does this all the time. Again, I looked at this earlier on Twitch, so this will be part of the supplementary content that you can see as a member, which I'll upload in the next day or two because it takes 2 hours. It's like a 2.5 hour thing that we talked about this morning that is not on Twitch anymore. It's just gone now, so it'll be uploaded here as members content. I'm not suggesting that Nicola was doing anything, like, necessarily, like, I don't know. Like, it just, like, she could have been there at a regular, routine occurrence. And if someone, it might not have been Nicola that they wanted to get to. That's what I mean. It might not have been Nicola they wanted to get to. So the ransom, yeah, like, I could see that she was held to ransom, yes. But in a straightforward, we're just going to hold someone to ransom for some money. Some random people are doing that. Not random, I don't think. That's what I think. Not random on that. But certainly to some people, she would have represented something that, you know, and in this game, bear in mind, I'm not suggesting that it was animal rights activists that did this, but animal rights activists have been imprisoned for doing some quite serious things. There are some people on both sides of this whole thing that we've been talking about today that have done some pretty serious things. Criminals that export drugs or smuggle drugs do serious things. The Essex Boys murders, all of that was serious things. You know, there's some quite serious stuff going on, so someone's child might be seen as a pawn in the game in that aspect, I believe. And couple that with, I said, the bruising, you know, these sort of other indicators that Nikki was... Like, it just doesn't tie up, does it, that she went there, she walked there, she fell in the river, there's her stuff. This is why we're all interested in the case. This is why just looking at the river, the bench, the phone, none of that makes complete sense. So you need something else to make it make sense, don't you? You need another... reality, the truth, like, not just was there someone I put, you know, man in black random, but, you know, you need some other motivations behind it all. And what we haven't, or what I hope to be looking at here is the actual, that's why I called that video Nicola Bulley Case Solved, isn't it? You know, it's like looking at the actual truth behind the motivations to stuff. Like, I hope we come a way to at least that, I don't know. I guess I'm just speaking in code here. Because I'm really tired and I don't want to accidentally say the wrong thing. Was that not mud instead of blood? I think that there was mud on her face up here. There was bruise, not like there was damage to her eye around here. It's described, and her nose as well, with mud. But blood was supposed to have dribbled and congealed. Like it was definitely blood because I remember reading about the congealing. Like, we can go back and look into it. It's all recorded on the videos, isn't it? But the damage to her in that way doesn't tie up with her sustaining that damage. It means that she sustained that damage prior to going in the water, is what it means. Because she couldn't have sustained it after, because it wouldn't end up in that way. Unless the only other possibility is she sat somewhere out of the water for a sustained period of time after having gone in the water. Like, these are getting gruesome now, these ideas, but, you know, I don't think that. I think she sustained some injuries before she went in the water. The bruising to her arm is easily explained by someone grabbing hold of it in a way, maybe, but it could also be explained by subcutaneous injection, and the damage to, you know, like, it is what's the word? It is consistent with being held against her will in some way, in some sort of position somewhere. The blood wasn't in her nose, it had dribbled down her nose. What it shows is the gravity. It shows whether she was upside down or not. It dribbled down her nose and congealed towards the side of her mouth. So, if she was lying backwards, it would dribble down her face here. If she was upside down, it would have gone up towards her eye. It went downwards, so she was stood up. It's quite indicative, that is, in my opinion. So it wasn't just inside her nose, it was the way it had come down and congealed. And if she'd been in water when it had been coming out of her nose, like if she banged her face on the rocks and water was around, then it wouldn't congeal, would it, in that way, around, like, coming down in a little trickle. So, yeah, you know, ask straightforwardly about this thing at the end of this episode about this. I'll tell you my feelings, I guess, and, you know, there they are. I've sort of alluded to them many a time before. Again, I don't think it's a bad thing. They're my thoughts and ideas. Having looked at this a lot, and I'm encouraging you to just make up your own chuffing mind these days. I'm not accusing anyone of anything either. I'm not saying that, like, her dad did it. I'm not saying that he knew who did it. No, I wonder who the pressure was on, because certainly I don't think that. Well, go and look at the Nicola Bulley gin video again at the end of that, I guess. Like, yeah. They're my feelings on it, yeah, I guess. Again. Like, do I seek to... Yeah, anyway, yeah. I don't know. I'm tired now of this, of being a streaming, talking head today. My brain is tired. So I think we're good, yeah. I'm just reading your chat, I'm just looking at your chat and just seeing if there's anything, like, you know, I'm loath to just end the stream for some reason, but I think we've come to the natural, like, I could see them looking at the numbers there, like, you know, we're starting to track downhill now. It is the natural end to this stream, and if I want to sit here and talk any load of jibber jabber, then I should just go back onto Twitch, which I do a lot. So I'll probably go back on Twitch in a little bit after a break and eat some food and play some computer games and chit chat to you chuffers. So, you be good. Thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate the fact that you're here to talk about this stuff and to continue to push this story forward for the justice for Nikki and for the wider things that it says about our society. I will not stop. It doesn't mean that I'm going to find the person that did these things to Nikki myself. But I'm going to continue to investigate the stories and the important aspects. You know, like I said, so, like, this is a good thing, yeah? Don't go, yeah? I'm going to go over to Twitch in a bit after I've eaten some food, maybe, if I don't have a headache still. So, like, that's quite a gruesome comment at the end there, Daisy Wazy. I was saying what I was grateful for. I'm grateful for you chuffers for being here. For continuing to take interest in this. And for caring about the wider context conversations that we're going to have about it. I'm grateful for the chats, the super chats, the tippies. I'm grateful for the memberships. I'm also grateful for anyone that shares the content to other people to help it get visual and you know, you can guarantee this stuff is not always going to get the YouTube algorithmic push. Sometimes I get the yellow demonetization of death. So I shouldn't use that phrase, yeah. You know what I mean, though, like, So I'm grateful for your support in making sure that that message is heard by more people. Yeah. And I reflected on that at the very start of today. You know, I'm very grateful. What we watched today was a documentary about people who stood up in our society, normal people like your nan, normal people like the lady from the hairdressers, normal people, yeah. Like, we watched a documentary about normal people go out and stand in the street and say, I'm not damn well having this. I don't think this is acceptable. And they said, this is too cruel. This is a line of cruelty that I don't think we should cross. So overall, and like that echoes, I'm not trying to make it an episode about D-Day. We happen to be doing it on D-Day. But it echoes, doesn't it? This sense of duty, and what makes us great as a nation, what makes Britain actually great, is not because we want to send back all the bad immigrants, but because we're a great nation of people that come together and say, I will not accept cruelty to somebody else, to another person, to another animal. You know, big ups BCTV. Thank you for becoming a member for 5 months now. Still better than paying the TV tax. Big ups. Yeah, it's really important that, like, you know, that message is what resonates from all of this. If Nicola Bulley is a linchpin key to a bigger conversation for me in so many ways, as she has now become, like this other, all these layers, like, we have to talk about. Like, I'm glad that there's that picture of her holding that lamb instead of her like driving a truck with a bunch of sheep in the back. You know, I think she'd approve of that message as well. So it's about not being cruel and not accepting cruelty in society, isn't it? You know, Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. So yeah, you be good, and if you can't be good, you're naughty.